Thank you, Sastra Dance Company and children of Cawang Ceria for the wonderful dances.
We would like to welcome our distinguished speaker, Mr. Francis Sorano from Ateneo de Manila University in the Philippines. And to also Mika Wijaya Saragi, Ketua Program Studi Sastra Inggris, Fakultas Sastra Universitas Kristen Indonesia. And also to our beloved lecturers of Faculty of Letters Universitas Kristen Indonesia. Now, we call our Dean of Fakultas Sastra Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Susan Aha Sitohang MA, to officially open ASEAN Week 2020, Awakening and Connecting Our Global and Local Identities.
Thank you, Ios. Due to unprecedented meeting, Pak Rektor apologizes for not being able to officially open ASEAN Week 2020. Jadi saya take over. Dengan ini saya menyatakan ASEAN Week 2020 Awakening and Connecting Our Global and Local Identities secara resmi saya buka. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Ma'am Susan. Now the event is officially open. Let's give a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we present to you the first speaker, Mr. Francis Solano of Ateneo de Manila University in the Philippines. This session will be moderated by Susan Aha Sitohang, SSMA. Our moderator, Susan Aha Sitohang, SSMA, Fakultas Sastra, Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Jakarta. Majored in English Language and Literature Teaching from Ateneo de Manila University, the Philippines. Her interests include issues in identity and multiculturalism, feminism, existentialism, and other issues in English language and literature teaching. Ma'am Susan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Diva. Can you clearly hear my voice? Is my voice okay?
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
yes. Okay. Do you have a slide of the CV, please, or not? So let me para pemirsa sekalian, peserta dari ASEAN Week, let me introduce. Saya akan mulai memperkenalkan Bapak Francis Solano from Ateneo de Manila University, the Philippines. Francis is not a stranger to Indonesia. He has been in Indonesia for a couple of times and presenting also in our acara for several times. As we can see, his education, he is now currently studying for a doctorate degree in La Trobe University, Australia. And then he is also a teacher in Ateneo de Manila University. His interests include matters regarding Indonesia as well. His dissertation, I think, includes Indonesian history as well. Mr. Francis, Bapak Francis will also explain that more in his presentation. Without further ado, let's welcome Pak Francis Solano in his presentation. Thank you. The floor is yours. Panitia, can you take out the share screen?
Yes. Let me set up for a minute. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, for that introduction. Good morning. Salamat pagi to everyone. As Susan said, I'm not a stranger in UKI. I am happy to be part of the partnership with UKI, I think since around 2 or 3 years ago. So as she mentioned, I am faculty in Ateneo de Manila University, and now I am currently taking my PhD in La Trobe University. In fact, my dissertation is about comparing the Philippine and Indonesian constitution making. So I'm very interested in Indonesian culture and also Indonesian history. So I want to thank Uki, especially Susan and Ied, for inviting me, and of course for the entire committee for making this event possible. So as I hope to prove later on, it is important that we cultivate our sense of regional identity amidst increasing globalization. And I think this is one of the aims of the yearly ASEAN Week that UKI is hosting. For our presentation today, my title is ASEAN Identity as Becoming Archipelago, Roots and Routes Through Global Flows. I ask for your indulgence for I am not used to online presentation. So if there is anything that you wish to ask or for me to clarify later on, please feel free to ask a question or give a comment during the open forum. This presentation proposes an ASEAN identity that is based on becoming archipelago. The idea of islands as isolation needs to open up to a becoming that is more personal and relational, that is island to island, rather than structural, that is island to mainland. The presentation also uses Lee Hae-jun's Castaway on the Moon 2009, a multi-awarded film showing an unusual relationship between two individuals who are isolated in their own ways, to think about the possibility of becoming archipelago. A satire about late modernity, the film exposes the all too familiar experience of being fragmented while giving the illusion of wholeness and the response of finding connections in spite of increasingly fluid world. Hallyu is also briefly discussed as a global phenomenon, but one which makes sense only through local reception. Becoming archipelago, therefore, is essential because our world is awash in a liquid that transforms, destroys, cleanses, renews everything, and we need a community to hold on to. This is the outline of my presentation. So I will start with um, explaining what becoming archipelago is and why an archipelago is conceptually important and what does it mean specifically for us, especially in archipelagic Southeast Asia, the Philippines and Indonesia. I will do this by discussing briefly three binaries. These are land and sea, island and continent, and island and archipelago. I will then proceed with the discussion of global flows and local reception through Hallyu and Castaway on the Moon. And I will end with my own questions to start the open forum so that there will be an engagement with our own and sometimes different experiences, of course, of becoming archipelago. Okay, so why becoming archipelago? First, I want to say that there has been an emergence of island studies, research, especially at the beginning of the 21st century. Initially, this is called nesology. However, the study of islands until today is still focused on um, just certain areas, such as the Greek islands, the Caribbean, and the Pacific islands. That means there is not much attention or emphasis is given to Southeast Asian countries, which is ironic because this is where the largest archipelagos are. So Indonesia, as you know, has 12,000, more than 12,000 islands. and the Philippines, which has more than 7,000 islands. And other countries also in Southeast Asia are peninsular, meaning they are surrounded by water, such as Vietnam and Thailand, and their territories include islands. So when we say Southeast Asia, we are referring to a very insular and peninsular landmass. So it's composed of islands, it's composed of seas, it's composed of very 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 active maritime activity and maritime industry. In fact, one effort that is done by Indonesian and Philippine universities, which includes UKI and Ateneo, is to start a consortium of critical island studies. So we hope that that effort pays attention to island studies, not only in select places in the world that I have mentioned, but also in Southeast Asia. Recent developments in island studies shows that island should be treated not only as backdrop of studies being conducted, but also as a conceptual model. What what essentially are islands and how do islands push us to rethink our assumptions about the world? As we know, scholarship until today has been very much Eurocentric and Western centric. That means the assumptions are very continental. The contribution of island studies is for us to maybe reevaluate those assumptions of continental scholarship. Islands, therefore, are places and spaces, but also islands can be considered as metaphors and as modes of representation. Um, and islands are not only places, they are also composed of people who are inhabiting the islands and people who are representing the experience of islandness. Here, multiplicity is crucial. In the Philippines, and I know in Indonesia as well, the different islands have many ethno-linguistic groups that have their different multiple identities that make up the entire nation. Baldacchino in 2007 used the term a world of islands to call our attention to islandness, in fact, of the whole world. So around the world, we have different identities because we are separated geographically, divided or separated by seas, and so on. Even the largest continent, as we know, is surrounded by water, and we can say that the whole planet, in fact, is an archipelago. The picture that you see in the slide is the world islands, an artificial archipelago constructed for commercial purposes off the coast of Dubai in the UAE. So as you can see in the picture, it is a map of the whole world. Again, this shows that the planet can be seen, in fact, as an archipelago. Archipelagos, again, call our attention and sometimes question topological boundaries that we have assumed for a very, very long time, assumptions that are brought to us by Western thinking. And it is to these binaries that we shall discuss next. The first binary is the land and the sea. Yeah, the land is a mappable territory. The word territory is interesting because etymologically it comes from terra, which is land, but arguably it can also be connected to terere, which means to terrify. So, in fact, territory, terrain, as words can be connected to the words terrorize, for example. This is to mark, so what we do is that we mark territory, and when we do that, it is to do with violence. Land is mappable because it can be conquered by human will. It can be bounded, it can be divided and fenced off by human labor, and it is knowable. You can again put it in a map. You can control it, and it is habitable. We can live in the land. Cartographers and explorers have looked for new land. And as we know, this is how colonialism started. The quest for new lands to conquer because it is a malleable resource. The sea, on the contrary, is an unfathomable void. It is formless. It is unpredictable. It is an unknowable chaos. Therefore, it is a source of fear and mystery. And in fact, in the Christian scriptures, we see this as well. The sea is represented as stormy and unsafe. The quick trivia is that, did you know that the stock market, an instrument of neoliberalism, started because the early merchants of Europe were afraid of the sea. They thought that if they are to invest their whole wealth in a ship, and the ship sinks to the ocean, then their whole riches will disappear. So what they did was they pulled together their resources so that they can send their products to the sea, and that's how the stock market started. Therefore, yeah, because of this characteristic of the sea is a natural border for many ancient peoples, as well as present-day countries. The island, if we talk about the island, according to Williams, it's a contradictory geography. Is it land? Is it water? Because the island upsets the clear distinction between the land and the sea. On the one hand, it is land, but its very definition requires that it be also surrounded by water. So the sea is an essential part of the definition of an island. According to Beer, the idea of the island allows us, I am quoting here, at once the satisfaction of water and of earth, of deep flux and steadfast fruitfulness. At the same time, it expresses the dreads of water and of earth, twin desolations in which the self drifts or is confined, in which loneliness or loss predominate. We will see this recurring in the discussion later. The second binary is that of the island and the continent. Continents, as we know, are large land masses. They are monolithic mainlands, such as mainland Asia or continental Europe and America. They have virtually unchanging geographies. Islands, on the other hand, are relatively smaller. They are bounded spaces of inside and outside. And they are understood complete and of themselves and isolated from others and insular unto themselves. Traditionally, the binary between continent and island is structured by hierarchies of value as much as size. So there's presence versus absence, sufficiency versus insufficiency, positivity versus negativity, and completeness and lack. Of course, the continent is being privileged. Islanders look up to continentals. That has been the tradition. There is a power relations between them. This is also connected to the story of colonialism, where the metropole is the mainland, is in the mainland, meaning in the continent, and the colony is in the islands. So we see that in the history of the Philippines, with Spain and the United States, and with the history of Indonesia as well, with the Netherlands. This hierarchy is what is questioned by island studies scholarship as escape the structural limits of the continent, according to the scholars. The island is not just a broken up continent, a fragmented continent. The islands have their own identity, their own essence and nature. Of course, this continues to be challenged until today. In fact, the binary between island and continent may not be as clear as we think. What defines an island and a continent? Is it a matter of size, for example, or is it only a matter of relative, meaning arbitrary difference? The picture that you have in the slide is Australia, which is an island continent. So it's an island, and yet it's also considered continental because of its large size. So your definition may seems to be depending on where you stand. The third binary that I want to talk about is the relationship between island to another island. Do islands remain singular? And what relationship can be created among islands? In his study about the Caribbeans, Benitez Rojo coined the term repeating islands. He says that when you travel in an archipelago in the sea, you will realize that there comes a time when the islands resemble each other. The islands become copies of each other. Epeli Hawafa in 1993 also talks about RC of islands to refer to the Pacific archipelagos. He says that the sea in us, we are not different islands, but in one archipelago. The sea is not a boundary. The sea gives us routes, and these routes are where the ancient mariners found their connections with each other in the Pacific. This is also seen in the etymology of the word archipelago. The word comes from the Greek archipelagos, which in fact refers not to the land but to the sea. It means primary sea. The archipelagos, what is referred to by the Greeks as archipelagos, in fact, is the Aegean Sea. So they are not talking about a singular island, but the islands in the entire sea. The archipelago, however, today, in spite of this very the conceptual richness of the archipelago, it remains to be one of the least examined meta-geographical concepts according to Lewis and Wiggin. And especially in Southeast Asia, our question is, how can Southeast Asian peoples connect among each other, learning each other's languages, cultures, and histories? And as I mentioned earlier, this is probably why the ASEAN Week is significant, because it tries to connect yeah, the diversity among peoples, meaning among the islands. This can mean international connections between countries, but also intra-national connections, meaning within countries. How can one ethno-linguistic group in the Philippines connect with another ethnic linguistic group in the Philippines? The same case applies to Indonesia. Um, in fact, probably an interesting trivia for you is the use of the Filipino word bayan or kababayan. The word bayan or kababayan is very amorphous, meaning it can change meaning. It changes meaning depending on who you are speaking to. So, for example, if I am in a foreign country, say if I am abroad, I will refer to any Filipino as kababayan. So someone from the Visayas is my kababayan, even if I am Tagalog. However, if I am in one of the regions in the Philippines, the meaning of the word kababayan shifts. So if I'm in the Philippines, the Visayans are not really my kababayan. It's the Tagalogs who are my kababayan. When I am in my own province, the bayan or the kababayan can refer to my town. So again, what I'm saying is that it changes meaning depending on the context, depending on who you are speaking to. I think it's interesting to think about that when we think about island to island connections, especially in archipelagic Southeast Asia. So, what do we mean by becoming archipelago? Yeah. The term, in fact, comes from Gilles Deleuze, a French philosopher. He says that the archipelago offers a model of a world in progress rather than reified stasis. Crucial in an archipelago is the idea that it continuously changes. Um, there is freedom and dynamism. Yeah, different assemblages. You can assemble, disassemble, reassemble the concept of an archipelago, again depending on what connections you make. So we can think of, say, a Lego block. Yeah, so you have the different blocks of Lego, but you can form different structures, different shapes, depending on what kind of assembly you give to it. Another metaphor that Deleuze uses is the rhizome. The rhizome. When you leave a small patch of grass in a piece of land, you will see eventually that the rhizome that the grass eventually spreads, because the grass spreads its nodes elsewhere. So that's how the grass spreads. It spreads its nodes to different places. Yeah. So for Delos, the archipelago is a rhizomatic figure. According to Stratford et al., archipelagos are fluid cultural processes, sites of abstract and material relations of movement and rest, dependent on changing conditions of articulation and connection. So we see here a similar sense of what Deleuze is saying. So in this talk, I want to again emphasize taking root in one's identity while discovering routes toward each other. And that discovering there's no one way of discovering what those possible routes are. Yeah, so we are always in this continuous search for connection. Becoming islands emphasizes also the word becoming rather than being. So in metaphysics, when we say being, it's already complete. Um, while becoming means being, it's still a process of creation. So identity is the same. So we can say identity formation, identity is a type of becoming. Who I am now may change the next minute because of the continuous process of identity formation. This does not mean, however, that I don't have an identity, that we don't have identities. Our identities are important, but it's just that identities particularly do not remain the same. I am empowered to create my identity as maybe influenced by my culture and my surroundings. So the what I'm proposing here is that we think of the island as archipelago, as part of an archipelago, not just islands in themselves, complete and self-sufficient, but also as an archipelago. So there's a possibility of connections and transformation. We will return to this later in our conclusion. Yeah. Now we go to global flows and local identities. So an important term is coined by Zygmunt Bauman, which is liquid modernity. Following, in fact, Karl Marx's description of modernity. Karl Marx said that in modernity, all that is solid melts into air. Yeah, all that is solid melts into air. Bauman says that if Karl Marx observed modernity to be that, we can think of late modernity, the modernity that we are in, the postmodern, as modernity 2.0. The speed of the change is so quick. Probably some of you know that last month a new iPhone has been released, and in fact this month, maybe next week, a possible MacBook will also be released. And as we know, this change in technology happens so fast. So when you buy the latest gadget now, later on, a few months later, you will see that gadget to be no longer the most recent, and in fact in the next couple of years probably it will become obsolete. This not only happens with technology in the so-called fourth industrial revolution, but also in identity formation. In late modernity, it is hard to find or to describe who we are because of such speed, because of the commodities that we consume, the clothes that we wear, the television shows that we watch. Have you ever, for example, ever been lost in a crowd as a set of strangers? When you get lost in the crowd, you feel, that sense of longing for an understanding. Where am I? What situation am I in? This condition or phenomenon of late modernity is conditioned, number one, by globalization, which is the erasure of boundaries. So traditional boundaries such as national boundaries are replaced by capitals of capital, meaning global market centers, So there are certain places around the world that control the market capital, such as Tokyo, Frankfurt, New York, in Southeast Asia, probably Singapore. So import and exportation is no longer dependent on traditional boundaries, but how the capitals of capital. So today you can buy batik even in the US, and many products such as clothes that we are wearing now are produced not in the places where the brands come from, but in sweatshops that are mostly in third world countries. Liquid modernity is also predicated on neoliberalism. So if liberalism means that the market must be freed from state control, so that market must be deregulated to give a free hand, invisible hand. Neoliberalism is different. It means that the market, so the market must not only be deregulated, which is what liberalism is asking for. For neoliberalism, it must not only be deregulated, but the market must control the regulations. The market must dictate everything. And we see that, in fact, um, in our everyday lives, even our everyday lives, we can observe has been controlled controlled by the market. Have you ever, for example, rushed to a store because a sale is going on? So uh, the United States, for example, they have black market sales, and you will see how that kind of rage, the rage of neoliberalism, has controlled so many people. Liquid modernity also means globalization. Global products, in fact, or what makes globalization successful for some is that global products, in fact, adapt to local culture. So there is hybridization and syncretism between the global product and the local culture where it is placed. So, for example, if ever McDonald's goes or opens a franchise in a country, it must suit itself to the culture of that country. Otherwise, it won't be accepted. So if you go, for example, to McDonald's in, say, in India, you can expect um, curry to be part of the flavoring, because that's part of. If I remember correctly, I was told that there used to be Jollibee. Jollibee is the international fast food chain based in the Philippines. There
Siapa
used
yang
to be
bilang?
a Jollibee in Jakarta, but it closed down. Probably because it was not able to adapt itself to the tastes of Indonesians. So ayam goreng is different from any other fried chicken in the world. So even if Jollibee is accepted in other countries, it's not accepted in Indonesia because Indonesians are looking for a different kind of taste. So that's liquid modernity for you. The erasure of boundaries, the control of markets, and the adaptation of global products to local culture. A good example of global flows, effective global flows. A good example would be Hallyu or Korean wave. Yeah. So um, there are, of course, movies, TV shows, music, fashion and beauty products, and even food that traditionally come from Korea that are now consumed very popularly around the world. So that happens in the Philippines, and as I know, also in Indonesia. Now, many scholars who want to understand Korean wave have debated, is this the globalization of Korea or the Koreanization of the world? Globalization of Korea means Korea losing its identity because of neoliberalism. So those scholars who argue for the globalization of Korea through Hallyu says that Korea is losing its identity, because now it's always looking for, yeah, what the market wants, what the international market wants out of its products. So that's how it produces Hallyu. However, others say that it's the other way around. It's the Koreanization of the world. Korea is culturally colonizing other countries through soft power. So the question is, of these scholars, is which I think is something that's incomplete, something that's even wrong. I think when we consider Hallyu, we must ask ourselves, what makes it stick? What can we get out of it? And I think even more importantly, do we bring our identities to whenever we consume Hallyu as global products, or any global product for that matter? And how do we do it? Do we become less Indonesian? Do you become less Indonesian because you are a hardcore fan of Bollywood or anime, for example? The answer should be no, of course. But the situation, I think, is more complicated than that. Again, it's a matter of perspective. It's a matter of how you, yeah, negotiate your identity, even when you are appreciating and consuming these products. Some of you are more knowledgeable and more experienced about Hallyu than I am. So I hope you can share your thoughts and your experiences later in the open forum. Yeah. The specific example that I want to discuss for the idea of becoming archipelago is the movie Cast Away on the Moon. So the Korean title is Kimsi Pure Yugi, or if translated literally, it's Mr. Kim's Floating Story. It is directed and written by Lee Hae-jun. At that time, he was a new director. The movie was produced in 2009. And in fact, if you Google it, it's multi-awarded. And though not as well known as other blockbuster Korean films, such as Train to Busan or Parasite. So the movie, so just to, I hope many of you were able to watch the movie beforehand, but for those who are not familiar with it, I'll give a very quick summary. So it's a story of Kim Seong-gyun, who I will call as male Kim for simplicity purposes. So he is deep in debt, and his life seems completely hopeless. So the movie begins with him jumping off the bridge because he wants to commit suicide into the Han River. But instead of dying, he is washed up on the shore of the Bamsion Island, which lies directly below the bridge. After searching the island, he finds that it is filled mostly with vegetation and trash and surrounded by the city. So he is still, in fact, in the city of Seoul, but too far to shout, to call for help or for rescue, and he can't swim. So what he does is that tries to survive in the island as a castaway. He finds a duck-shaped paddle boat and begins to, to live on the island, free of his debt and worries of city life, though it is initially not easy. As he learns to survive on the island, his cry for help, scrawled in the sand in the shore of the island, is seen by Kim Jun-yeon, who I will call as female Kim, uh, who is a hikikomori. I'll explain hikikomori later on, but um, simply put, she is a social recluse. She does not leave her bedroom, and so female Kim spots male Kim while engaging in her habit of photography, exchanging messages with female Kim, venturing out of her house at night, even if, again, she does not like going outside, to throw bottled messages into the island, and male Kim writing his replies in the sand. Male Kim also manages to cultivate crops to prepare noodles for an instant noodles packet of black bean noodles. Toward the end of the movie, a torrential storm arrives and destroys Mel Kim's farm and sweeps away his possessions that he has collected in the island. He is found by a group of workers sent to clean up the litter on the island, and Mel Kim is forced off the island. Because of his desperation, he boards a bus in the city, but female Kim, who after overcoming her anxiety and desperately running across the bridge to find him, manages to catch up to his bus after a civil defense drill that stalls the bus. She boards the bus and introduces herself to him. So that's how the movie ends. The movie is described mostly in websites as a romantic, an offbeat romantic comedy. So there are many funny scenes in the movie, and it ends, so to speak, happily ever after. But I also want to understand in our discussion today how it is a social commentary on the fragmentation of everyday life. In fact, I think the movie is funny precisely because we find ourselves parodied, made fun of in inside it in the movie. Think of how call center agents, for example, call us out of nowhere in order to offer their products, or how we create social media profiles that are far from who we are. So this is, I think, what Castaway on the Moon brings to the table and makes us think of um, as Filipinos, as Indonesians, or wherever we are in the world. So I think Castaway on the Moon is maybe a good example to provoke us into thinking how we negotiate our identity in an increasingly globalized world. Let me think, or let me talk about briefly the South Korean context. So as we know, South Korea is a developed and a very neoliberal country. It is the country where Samsung, um, Hyundai, Kia comes from. It has the fourth largest GDP in Asia. It has a very broad global influence in terms of popular culture. So as I've said earlier, this is considered to be soft power. So we think of Korea in very good terms because of Hallyu. Um, it has global influence also in terms of attracting tourists. So many tourists go to Seoul, go to Jeju Island in order to see the places that they see in the movies and in the television shows, and sometimes to meet their idols in Korea. It has global influence in terms of the market. I don't know in terms of market and in terms of politics even. I do not know if you've heard that recently K-pop fans have affected a political rally of party in the United States by buying tickets to the event, but these are only um, fake buys or buy-ins of K-pop fans. So there's again a global influence of South Korea around the world. Geographically, as you can see in the map, Korea is a peninsula. So it's surrounded by water. It has the most popular, probably again, is Jeju Island. So it's a peninsula. But South Korea, in fact, is also an island. It's an island politically. So as you can see, South Koreans can only go out of their country by going through the sea or through air by flying because of the North Korea and South Korea divide after the Korean War. So in fact, South Korea is a political island. It is insular in itself. And I think that's why Castaway on the Moon is able to maybe capture maybe what it means, or was able to use the island as a metaphor for the situation of the two characters. Its capital is Seoul, and Seoul is divided into two by the Han River. And it is in the Han River where we find again the island where Mail Kim is swept away from. Cast Away on the Moon comes from a long tradition of castaway literature. To name maybe the most familiar to us, we have Homer's Odyssey. So we have Odysseus, right, being cast away in islands for a certain amount of time. We have Shakespeare's The Tempest, and probably the most familiar in this tradition of literature is Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, as you can see in the slide. Yeah. In terms of intertext in popular culture, you probably know and have seen the movie Castaway, starring Tom Hanks, produced in the year 2000. So in the picture, you can see Tom Hanks talking to the ball as a form of companionship, something that Mel Kim also does in Castaway on the Moon. He talks about the sort of scarecrow that he uses with the head of a can. Another intertext is E.T. or Extraterrestrial, a movie produced in 1982. And even Raphael's painting in the Sistine Chapel in Rome. So I don't know if you remember the scene where female Kim is reaching to male Kim's finger as you can see in the picture. This intertextual connection shows us both isolation and connection. So the characters are far apart. They are isolated. Yeah. However, there is an attempt for connectivity, for connection, as is shown by God and Adam in Raphael's painting, and by the alien and the human character in E.T. So there is an attempt, a longing for a connection for between female Kim and male Kim. Islandness in the movie, therefore, is used as a metaphor. It is a mode of isolation and seclusion. So isolation and seclusion. So male Kim. So if we are to talk about the two main characters, we have male Kim, who is suicidal. He is heavy in debt. We know in the movie that he badly needs to find a job. He is in defective relationships. His girlfriend just left him, and he does not have a well-developed relationship with his father. And yeah, so literally he is isolated because he ends up in an island in the middle of Seoul. Female Kim, as we said, is hikikomori. Hikikomori is a Japanese term which literally means pulling inward or being confined. However, the phenomenon of being hikikomori is not only Japanese. In fact, there are I've read that there are many youth and even adults in East Asia, including Korea, that have become hikikomori. They are social recluse. Um, they do not have social relations with the outside world. They just stay inside their rooms. In the case of female Kim, she maintains fake online identities in order to compensate her seclusion. And she fears not being accepted in society, and so she just loves to take picture of the moon. Because the moon is serene and of the streets, but only when the streets are empty because of the civil defense drills. By the way, if you're not familiar with these drills are done regularly in Korea, because Korea, as we know, is technically at war. South Korea is technically at war with North Korea, and there's always a threat of possible attacks from North Korea. So they hold these drills, and in these drills, society stops. So the streets are empty, and female Kim loves these drills because for him, this is when the world stops. So the new liberal world stops, even momentarily, for female Kim. So these two characters are embodiments of the notions of islands. They are social castaways, removed from the usual flow of society. A good irony to reflect on about the movie is that this is islandness, but not in, say, literal seclusion or being literally far away, because both characters are in fact inside the city. So you have islandness, but situated in an urban landscape. So there is, the movie shows us that there is isolation even in the middle of progress. The two characters are physically inside the city as castaways. So you can see in the picture that male, in the background of male Kim, we can see Building 63 and the Seoul cityscape. The isolation in the middle of progress can also be seen in the trash that is in the island of male Kim and in female Kim's room. The movie also shows us that technology is very limited, or technology can in fact not connect people, or is not cannot connect um, people totally. So cell phones, credit cards, the internet, social media, these are only according to the movie, artificial and in fact fake modes of connection. So we see that both characters are in a very ironic situation of being isolated in the city. They are there, but they are not there. Male Kim is just another customer for credit card companies. Female Kim is just another profile in her social media followers. And probably again, the movie makes us think that we are not different from male and female Kim. We experience the same ironic situation. Again, the situation of when you are in a crowd, but you feel lost, you feel alone, you feel isolated. A central symbol in the movie is the civil defense drill. As I said, this shows the separation between North and South Korea, these two countries are officially at war. Female Kim says that she likes the drills because it is when the world is empty like the moon. Um, so the world stops, the streets are emptied. It is also during a civil defense drill that female Kim sees male Kim for the first time. It is also the way of their meeting at the end of the movie. So the time, this is the time when fluidity of the city, the neoliberal fluidity of the city stops, but only temporarily. I don't know if you thought about this when you were watching the movie, but right, the civil defense drill is very much resembles the lockdown because of the COVID pandemic. I don't know how strict the lockdown is in Jakarta or in Indonesia, but in the Philippines, the early days of the lockdown, in fact, looks like this. You have empty streets. The shops are closed. The economy stops temporarily. But again, we know that this cannot go on because again later on the market must continue, economy must be restarted, and that is in fact what's happening now in the Philippines. The theme of the movie, I think, is hope. Yeah? Even if Mel Kim wanted to commit suicide early in the movie, and female Kim is in a similar dire or hopeless situation, hope is what sustains the movie throughout. What is this hope in the movie? We see hope in when the relationship and the communication between the two characters starts through the bottles that female Kim throws to the island and the messages that male Kim writes on the bank of the river. These messages are simple phrases, right? Hello, how are you? Fine, thank you. And you? These are significant points of connection for the two Kims. Finally, for them, there is someone to whom they can connect with. Symbol for hope is the black bean noodles. The black bean noodles is very trivial. It's just a packet that Mel Kim finds in the island. But for him, it is something that is so important. It is a sign of hope, that it is something that it's an aspiration that he can hope to aspire for. That is why he plants his own corn and rejects the gift of black bean noodles from female Kim. Maybe it is like a comparison can be liking it to seeing Indomie or Indomie in a grocery store when you are far away from home. for a long time. It is something that's very familiar, very close to you, that you see amidst the changes, the very fast changes that you see around you. But the question is, how real is their connection? So, how can they hope for a real connection? Because they do not really know each other. They do not know each other for real. They only know each other through the messages. Their relationship is possible only if each of them stays in their place, meaning the relationship can only continue only as long as they remain in their isolated islands. And as we know, that's not sustainable. This is seen later on toward the climax of the movie when Male Kim writes the note in the sand, "Who are you?" So who are you? Who are you? Of course, is a question of identity. Yeah, who are you? Who are you really? Who am I talking to? That's the question of Male Kim. Female Kim, who's not used to revealing herself to other people, initially planned to lie. Yeah, she prints out a message, puts it in a bottle, but later on she realizes that she could not do it. And so she struggles how to introduce herself. The This is also shown when the struggle is also shown when in the end of the movie the storm ravages the island. So there's a big storm, and the storm shows that nothing stays the same. So male and female Kim cannot stay in their own islands. Those things are only temporary. That is the way of nature. In a neoliberal society, that's the way of the market. You cannot stay cocooned or isolated from your society. So male Kim has to let go of his duck home. That's I think a very um, metaphorical, symbolical event in the movie. He has to let go of his duck home and also loses all his cultivated plants. And in the end of the movie, they also had to meet. But the meeting parodies or is a parody of the happily ever after ending in romantic films, right? So in romantic films, usually you have a very romantic, idealized ending. So you have the male and female characters who are very beautiful and handsome meeting each other at the end of these romantic films. But in Castaway, this does not happen. I mean, male and female Kim are rugged. They are being stared upon by people because of their appearance. They are, even in their meeting, they remain as social outcasts. So the meeting resembles but also parodies the happily ever after ending of romantic films. Yeah. To conclude about the movie, gives us again an example of becoming archipelago as hope for human connections in a world that is dominated by fragmentation because of the increased speed of global flows. The challenge for the two characters in the movie is how to be true to themselves, to be grounded in their identities despite their fears of not being able to catch up, not being accepted by society because of their deaths, because of their appearance, because of the make believe that they have created for themselves. In fact, we see or we can say that the ending of the movie is about speed, right? So the question that we ask at the end of the movie is, will female Kim be able to catch the bus? We initially thought that she would not, but the world stopped for them because of the civil defense drill. So, however, and I want to emphasize this, we need to take note that the movie is a fantasy. The world does not stop for us. It continues no matter what we are feeling. And that is what makes the movie thought-provoking. The fact that it's fantastic, it's only a fantasy, that it's fantastic, it's only a product of the imagination, that we need to think about it, but in terms of our own reality. Um, at the end of the movie, there have been questions from the fans. What will happen to them? They meet, but what after, right? Will they eventually be accepted by society? Um, for us, the question I think is, how did the movie resonate with our modern experience? Have you ever felt that you need the world to stop even for a moment because you are tired or overwhelmed? How do we negotiate our identities in spite of, again, the increasing global flows, where we see that in the supermarket, usually the products are not local products, but global consumables. Therefore, the movie in its form as Hallyu and its content as about two characters who discover a connection between each other shows an attempt at becoming archipelago. The need to be rooted, but also the need to find connections and to find routes. To conclude the presentation, I want to again re-emphasize the importance and the necessity for rootedness and routedness, especially in today's world. This means that islandness must be transformed toward becoming archipelago. Of course, we value our identities, but this does not mean that we need to resort to nativism, that we are locked down, that we only appreciate our own culture, but also finding our own cultures, our own communities even, but also becoming aware and being tolerant and even appreciative of other cultures without losing our own. We need to look for concrete experiences that show how identities are formed and negotiated. So the questions that I want to ask before the open forum is, how do you think can this be done? How can we? What's the best way for us to do this notion of becoming archipelago? How can we hold on to who we are while also finding possible connections? Yeah, so this is the end of the presentation. Terry makasih, and I hope we can have more engagement in the open forum, especially with regard to your own situation of the movie, but of the phenomenon of global flows and local identities that I have taught about in the presentation. Thank you.
Uh, Thank you, Francis, for the insightful presentation titled, sorry, I did not catch your title. Can you go? Okay. Now, let me sum up what the speaker has been talking about. So, Francis is talking about taking root in our identity while discovering routes, yeah, toward other identities, global flows, and local identities, becoming rather than being. So, Francis talks about how we are in the modern era. Mm, we have to face this speedy changes in a lot of areas in technology, in identity as well, because we are bombarded by different, what do we call it, inputs from outside that somehow threaten our own rootedness. So if we are not really rooted, it's easy to get carried away by the globalization. Uh, and then Francis also take the example of from a movie called Castaway on the Moon. It's a Hallyu, a movie from Korea, and Francis is posing question to us: is this our mania for Korean pop arts? Is that a globalization of Korea or the Koreanization of the world? Francis also mentioned that the Koreans feel threatened, that somehow they are losing their uh, own identity, while because other peoples are absorbing, making the Korean art their own, for example. And then so Francis closes with the conclusion, directions, and question. He mentions that rootedness atau berakar, ya, being firm in our local identity, and then rootedness being being accepting, having an attitude that accepts other identities or other rootedness.
Uh, Hello, I don't know, is it me or was Susan disconnected? I don't know whether it's my internet connection that's um, not good or is it Susan's?
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, yes. I can hear you now.
Internet. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was talking and talking to no one, and no one is listening. And now I'm forgetting. I don't remember anymore. Sorry. So where did you miss me? Which part?
I I I think
Huh?
you were talking about well talking about rootedness and routedness.
Sorry?
When you were talking about rootedness and routedness, so I think it's when
Okay,
you
so
are
we need
in that point.
to stay rooted, right?
Yes,
But then we
right.
also need to open ourselves to the possibility of other inputs from other parts of the world or parts of the people, for example. Now I'm inviting everyone to ask questions. Do we have questions? Sebentar ya. Okay. Mana? All right. Let me. We'll see. Take a look. What happens in the chat? How can I see the chat? Chat. I think it is disconnected. Okay. Chatnya mana nih? Where's the chat? Hilang. I see. Okay. Bisa open camera. You can open your cam and ask directly to Tolano. I think. Yeah. Wait. Huh? Yang nanya mana? Oh, mana? Aduh. Okay. Siapa? Okay. Bene, can you lead first? Gue pusing baca. Bene will take over. Sorry.
Hello, Francis. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
So I will start to read the question from the chat box. The first one we have Daniel Melano. Hello, good morning. My name is Daniel Melano from Universitas Kristen Indonesia. My question is, what is the difference between rootedness and rootedness? And the second question is, hi, good morning. I'm Teresia from Universitas Kristen Indonesia. I have a question. How to be true despite our fears? So maybe you can try to answer both of the questions first, and then we move to another question and answer session.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for those questions. So yeah, rootedness and routedness. So rootedness, of course, the metaphor there is the plant, right? So a plant will only survive if it is rooted on the ground. So part of the plant's survivability is its stability or its connection to its place, to its location. And for us, of course, that's important. Yeah, we don't create our identities out of nothing. We create our identities because of where we are. We are in the world, in our cultures. So part of my rootedness would be my culture, my language, even the community where I grew up in, the kind of education I had, so on and so forth. And of course, the nation is very important um, um, source of that rootedness. So routedness, however, on the other hand, so maybe a metaphor that we can use is that of a fish. So when a fish swims, the fish cannot just stay in one place, right? The fish needs to sometimes go with the flow or go against the flow, but there's always a continuous movement. Yeah? And the fish can probably get its sustenance, can get food if it goes around. So like the plant or unlike the plant, who survives only when it is rooted, when it stays put in the same location, the fish needs to go to different places. And I think what I'm saying here is that we need these two. Yeah, we cannot just say it's just rootedness, or we cannot just say it's routedness. It's not. Um, we need to find a balance between the two. On the one hand, we need to know who we are, but it's only when we know who we are that we can be free to go around, to be like the fish. I'll give you an example. This is based on the dissertation that I'm doing now. Again, I'm doing a study about Philippine and Indonesian constitution making. And one thing that I read and I liked about Indonesia is the notion of Pancasila democracy. And I think it's an example of a balance, a meeting between rootedness and routedness. Democracy as a term, as a practice, as you know, is a Western concept. Right? Yeah, democracy is invented first in, they say, in Greece. It is transplanted all around the world by Western power. So democracy, in fact, is originally Western. But when you apply it to your own context, it is no longer the liberal Western democracy that we're talking about. So Panchasila democracy is different from any kind of democracy that's happening around the world. So it's rooted on the one hand. So but it is open also to influences or connections that may affect it. Yeah. In the in the Philippines, I think Filipino identity has been there is a lot of debate about Philippine identity because of those same colonial influences. There are Filipino scholars who want to be nativist, yeah, to, for example, go back to our original script. Yeah, in the Philippines, we're no longer using our own script. Like we use Latinized alphabet. Yeah, there are those who want to go back to the original script, but I think that is very hard to do, and I don't think that's very ideal to do as well. Yeah, we need to maybe know our native script, but to impose it to be nativist would be very counterproductive. So I think, yeah, so that's rootedness and routedness. When it comes to how do we overcome our fear, that's a very hard, really hard question to answer, because there's no one quick answer, or there's no singular answer to that question. But maybe one is, you need to know who you are first before you can encounter others. So maybe the reason in the movie, for example, the reason why female Kim is afraid to go out of the world is that she, in the first place, has no maybe solid foundation or solid understanding of her own identity. That is why she makes up these make believe profiles in social media, right? So if you are not confident with yourself, then it will be very hard for you, of course, to encounter others. So you need to ground yourself first before you go out. But again, there's no singular answer to that question, and maybe some of you have better answers, or answers that are based on your own experiences as well.
Thank you. I'm sorry I did that. Is there any more questions? Or maybe somebody, Francis was asking if somebody could share their experience in, in adapting or adopting the Korean culture. We have here in Indonesia. Oh, chat. Okay. Hello, sir. Oh, okay. There's a question. Hello, sir. My name is Gaby, and I would like to ask, do you think there are other countries that have already achieved or are close to achieving rootedness and routedness? Thank you. Other countries having achieved, close to
Countries.
achieving.
I think the idea of becoming archipelago, it's always a moving target. That's the thing about it. You cannot say that I have completely achieved it. It's always a moving target. That's why I emphasized earlier the idea of becoming, the idea of becoming, that it's not completely finished. Yeah, it's an aspiration. So yeah, there are probably countries that have done that, but I would not say that they are completely perfect. I would say that the reason why Hallyu is very effective around the world is that they have they were able to balance that out. Yeah, if you um, appreciate Hallyu or Korean culture, you will realize that yeah, they are still based in their own culture. You see that they speak their own language. They represent their own the emotions of their people, so on and so forth. But they're always looking outward. Yeah, they are always looking outward. I think effective um, global phenomenon are like that. Yeah, anime. I don't know if anime is popular in Indonesia, but in the Philippines, growing up, yeah, I grew up um, watching anime. So anime is a big cultural product of Japan, right? But
Japan.
so they're looking outward, but they're also catering to their own people. You see that anime characters are drawn differently compared to other Western illustrations. Yeah, so when you see a character drawn in a certain way, you know that it's anime. You know that it's Japanese, but you know that it's also popular around the world. Um, i- um, and I think to some extent, yeah, Philippines and Indonesia are also like that. Yeah, our cultures are also, so as long as we are rooted in our own cultures but are open to exporting it and being sometimes influenced by others, then that's fine. But again, becoming archipelago does not stop. It's never complete. It's always an aspiration that we need to struggle for.
Okay. Uh, is there any more question? Can I ask a question? What is your opinion on hybrid identity? Are you familiar with that?
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, hybrid identities are common. Maybe the example that I'm most familiar with, because I've done studies on this in the past, would be Filipino-American identity. So
Mm-hmm.
Filipinos who go to the United States and they have families there, their sons and daughters grow up there. And the question that they ask is, who am I? Am I American? Am I Filipino? Do I what do we mean by these? We also call hyphenated identities. And I think those who are part of populations with hybrid identities should feel empowered. They should also feel empowered to create their own identities. They're not singularly American. They're also not singularly Filipino. And from maybe from that, yeah, from that hybrid, from that syncretism combination of being Filipino and being American, they find richness, yeah, fulfillment as well. So hybrid identity is not. I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think that you are only 50% Filipino if you're Filipino American. That's the in my argument. That's my understanding. You are 100% American. You're also 100%. You're also 100% Filipino, and it's up to you how to negotiate.
Uh-huh. Oh, Ateneo is like Uki in the sense that we are both Christian universities, right?
Right.
So I was thinking, what do you think about creating, quote and unquote, creating a certain hybrid identity for the students of Ateneo or Uki? Do you have an opinion on that? For example, in terms of spiritual identity, so is it okay, or what do you think about if we design, for example, a curriculum that will create such individuals or certain individual with a certain model? Your
Right.
opinion on that?
Right. Yeah. Thank you for that, Susan. That's a very important question because when we speak of identities, we most of the time think about national identities, right? But
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
funds are not just the source of identity. Religion
Mm-hmm.
can be a source of identity.
Religion.
So we have
Yes.
many
Cultural.
different religious identities, right? Culture can be one.
Yeah.
Again, in the Philippines, you have different religions, you have different ethno-linguistic groups, and yes,
Mm-mm.
it would be very nice if a university such as UKI and Ateneo would cultivate a meeting of these different cultures so that they understand each other. In Ateneo, what I know is that even if it is a Catholic and Jesuit university, there's a prayer room for
Everyone.
for
Non
everyone,
Catholic.
for
Mm-hmm.
non-Catholics, and so everyone can go there, can practice, can pray, can practice their own religion, so on and so forth. The same with regional identity. Sometimes inside the nation there are different regions. So we have Visayans, we have Tagalogs, we have Kapampangans in Ateneo, we have Ilocanos, and there are sometimes cultural events. But these cultural events, of course, are not exclusive. They are venues for the different cultural identities to appreciate, understand, and learn from each other. So yeah, I don't know if So I know it would be nice, of course, that Uki, if Uki and Ateneo can make use of such venues and such practices.
Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation and also for the fruitful question and answer. We are very sorry for the problem.
No, no.
Now, yes. So we can continue because identity is a very broad topic. We can spend like days talking about this, but then we have time limitation. And now I'm going to give it back to our MCs. Please, let's continue with the schedule. Thank you, Francis. Hoping
Thank you
to
very much.
discuss
Thank
some
you,
more on
everyone.
this. Uh-huh. Thank you.
Thank you for the moderator, Ma'am Susan, and the speaker of the first session, Mr. Francis Solano. Please open your camera because we will take a picture.
For all the participants, please open your camera. Now, let us take a picture together. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Last time. 1, 2, 3. Now, we will have a lunch break starting at 12 p.m. until 1 p.m. Jakarta time. For lunch break, you can leave, but be sure to join back at the same link as before. And if you want to stay in this room Zoom, be sure to turn off your camera and microphone. We will begin the second session with Bapak Maneke Budiman from Universitas Indonesia at 1 p.m.
Don't forget to check our Instagram account at Sastra Inggris Uki to see our ASEAN countries presentation group video project and poster. Please like and leave some comments to your favorite ones. Thank you. See you at 1 p.m. Jakarta time.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello and good day everyone to Asian Week in Awakening and Connecting Our Global and Local Identities. We are Team Vietnam and we're going to start our presentation.
bersyukur hari ini kita masih dalam keadaan sehat, ya, mayoritas semua sehat, saya lihat. Adik-adik, anak-anakku sekalian, nggak boleh ragu, ya. UKI ini adalah UKI yang hebat. UKI ini pasti akan memberikan manfaat buat kita semua untuk masa depan kita. Ya. Yakini, imani dan amini bahwa itu semua akan menjadi kenyataan, bahwa suatu saat anak-anakku sekalian akan menjadi orang yang sukses, orang yang bisa membanggakan orang tua dan juga seluruh orang-orang dekat kita. Ya. Jangan sia-siakan kesempatan ini, kesempatan untuk bisa bangkit, untuk bisa naik ke permukaan, karena cukup banyak memang alumni-alumni kita yang sudah membuktikan bahwa mereka mampu. Kalau mereka mampu, kita pun harus bisa menjadi seperti mereka. Kita pimpin negara ini, kita melawan negara ini untuk menuju masa depan yang adil dan makmur dan baik. Amin.
Sambut hari baru dengan semangat. Jangan takut maju, wahai sahabat. Tak pandang hitam putih, kita maju bersama. UKI hebat, 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 UKI hebat.
Hebat melayani, bukan untuk dilayani.
UKI hebat, UKI hebat, UKI hebat, UKI hebat, UKI hebat, UKI hebat, UKI hebat.
Sebentar lagi kita akan mulai New Color of Christian University of Indonesia 2018.
Inilah Christine dan Krisnawati Nababan dari program Pasca Sarjana dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Eduardus dan Cindy dari Fakultas Sastra. Edo dan Indri mewakili Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis.
Ya, Fakultas Hukum mana suaranya?
Inilah Rizky Immanuel dan Maria Sinaga dari Fakultas Kedokteran. Dewi dan Rizka dari Fakultas Teknik, dari Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Polisi. Inilah Robertus Dwi Admoko dan Lucia Natasha dari Akademi Fisioterapi. Inilah Felix Setiawaw dan Hosana K. Angelin Simbolon dari Akademi Perbankan. Inilah Rizkinta Sembiring dan Christine Valencia dari Akademi Keperawatan.
Kita harus berubah, kita harus memperbaiki diri, dan kita akan mengeluarkan segala kemampuan kita untuk memperlihatkan prestasi kita. Oke, kita akan lepaskan balon untuk Uki yang hebat. Viva Uki!
Siapa ini?
Mari kita raya Singapura sama-sama menuju bahagia. Cita-cita kita yang mulia berjaya Singapura. Marilah kita bersatu dengan semangat yang baru. Semua kita berseru, majulah Singapura. Oh, majulah Singapura. Marilah kita bersatu dengan semangat yang baru. kita selamat berdatang. Rahmat bahagia Tuhan kurniakan, Raja kita selamat berdatang.
two roads diverge in yellow wood. I'm sorry, I could not travel more. I'm the one traveler. Long I stood. I looked down, ran as far as I could, to where it went in the underground, then took the other as Jesus failed, and having perhaps the better gleam, because it was grassy and wandered where, till was for the passing there had worn and really about the same, and bored that morning equally late, and this when step had trodden blood. Oh, I get the first for another day, yet knowing how way leads on to way, I doubt if I shall ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh. Somewhere ages and ages hence, two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and it has made all the difference.
Hello everyone, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Beforehand, our from the Brunei Darussalam Group would like to thank you for this occasion. And at this time, we will present a project that is the Zapin Brunei Darussalam dance. Okay, guys, enjoy watching.
The history of Zapin dance, it is believed that dance has been introduced here in the 14th centuries by Muslim missionaries from the Middle East around Yemen, then known as Hadramaut, as a means to spread the religion. The extant dance form of Zapin, known as Zapin Arab today, combines Islamic devotional chanting with body movement.
Zapin dance is one of many types of Malay that still exist today. Zapin dance is derived from the Arabic word zapan, which means dancer, and which means footwork. This dance was inspired by Arab descendants and is known to have originated. Following the history of Zapin dance, the first this dance was as an entertainment in their place. After being brought from Yemen by Arab traders in the place early 16th century, the Zapin dance later spread to states around Johor such as Riau, Singapore, Sarawak, and Brunei Darussalam.
Saat ngepung luhur jauh di awan-awan, leber kena jang-jangna, amun tayak karingrang, suku ngarang luas, rejang pamatuk mengeluh, dapat tega bari hiberna tarik mulu. Saha anu bisa nyusulkan tandangna, gandang jeung tertentang, payah bandingan mana. Dipika gulu, dipika serap usah sema, aya karantang kasihan leber wawarina. Berlambang sapi Indonesia Jaya, resepna hiji rukun sakarang, hirup sauyunan para pahiri-hiri, silih pikanyaha ketinggis bela pati, manuk dadalingan jeung siloka sinatria, kesatuna bangsa di negara Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome.
Halo.
Hai Bapak. Finally. Sebentar ya.
Ya.
Hello. Yang lain sudah siap kah? Welcome Pak Maneke.
Thank you.
Yes. We are about to start.
Okay.
I'm going to give it to MC ya to start again.
Ya.
Welcome back to ASEAN Week 2020, Awakening and Connecting Our Global and Local Identities. So, for your information, this event will be aired on Fakultas Sastra UKI official YouTube channel, and also don't forget to check out our Instagram account at Sastra Inggris UKI to see our ASEAN countries presentation group video project and poster. Please like and leave some comments to your favorite ones. Thank you. And also there will be door prizes for interesting comments, and please pay attention to country's presentation so that you can answer the quizzes and win the prizes. Please also be active on question and answer session on our speaker session.
Sekedar informasi, acara ini akan disiarkan oleh YouTube channel Fakultas Sastra UKI Official. Lalu akan ada hadiah bagi komentar menarik, dan mohon perhatiannya pada sesi presentasi negara agar dapat menjawab kuis serta mendapat hadiah. Mohon untuk aktif pada sesi tanya jawab. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we present to you the second speaker, Bapak Maneke Budiman of Universitas Indonesia.
Hi, everybody. Just want to check before I start. Can you see the PowerPoint presentation on the
This
screen?
session will be moderated by Susan Ahasitohang, SSMA.
Pak Maneke, the screen is alright.
Okay, so shall I stop share first?
No, I think you can share. I'll just introduce you for a moment.
Okay.
So we have we are very honored to have Pak Maneke Budiman presenting today in our ASEAN Week 2020. Pak Maneke is a lecturer in Literature Department, Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Indonesia. The education qualification in 2011. He got his doctorate, Doctor of Philosophy in Asian Studies, University of British Columbia, Canada. And Bapak has a long list of research projects. I'm not going to read it one by one. And Bapak also has a lot of experience in the management in Universitas Indonesia and a lot of published papers, articles, chapters, and books. So we are very honored, Pak Maneke, to have you here. And without further introduction, you are please start the presentation. We are impatient to listen to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Susan, and good afternoon to all of the distinguished participants of the ASEAN Week at Universitas Kristen Indonesia. So the title of my presentation is Southeast Asia, with the subtitle, We Import Our Cultures. The presentation will be divided into two major sections. Basically, the first one is showing you what I mean by the title. And then the second phase, or the second part of the presentation, will look at the possibility of establishing some kind of a cultural integration in the Southeast Asian region. So those are the two main part of the presentation. All right. Now, if you remember, especially if you are Indonesians, that for many centuries, Southeast Asia, not just the Indonesian archipelago, but the entire Southeast Asia, has received various cultural influences. I call them traveling cultures, cultures that travel from one place to another and spread in a particular region or in many regions. So that is traveling culture. And by that, I mean, for instance, Hinduism, which came to Southeast Asia more or less at the same time with Buddhism, and then after that Islam, followed by Christianity, along with Western colonization in Southeast Asia, and many other school of thoughts, ideas, and faiths that make Southeast Asia as a meeting point of the existing local traditions that have been there earlier with global modernities that came along to the region with the arrival of many different cultural influences from different places, both in the past as well as in the present. So that is the condition. That is the existing ground. We are the receiver of many cultural influences from time to time. That is what I mean by the statement that our culture is actually an imported culture consisting of different ingredients and different influences coming to Indonesia, coming to Southeast Asia in different times in the past. So now only few people realize that in the ancient times, Asia and Southeast Asia in particular was already a center of economic activities, global economic activities. Southeast Asia was a center of trade and commerce activities. So if you look at the very small map on the screen, the one on the upper side, you see that most of the activities in global commerce at that time, in the ancient times, took place in Asia and Southeast Asia, starting from India all the way to East Asia and Southeast Asia in the middle. Compare it with the West, Europe. It was very quiet and there were not many activities taking place. So the lower part, the other map, below the one which I described earlier, you see the very vibrant trades and commerce taking place in South Asia, East Asia, and Southeast Asia. So even in the 16th century, all the way to the 18th century, Asia had already been the center of economic globalization, whereas Europe at that time has just emerged from a very long centuries of the Dark Ages, zaman jahiliyah, if you want to call it that. It's like about 1500 years of the Dark Ages. Now, Southeast Asia at that time was already a very busy trade and commerce route. And Southeast Asia was an important hub because it connected China, a major power at that time, in India, another major power in Asia, but also with other parts of the world, including Europe, of course. And in this process, different influences, different ideas, thoughts, and cultures arrived in Southeast Asia. So this is the larger version of the map, which you saw on the upper part. Compare the one on the left and the one on the right. The one on the right is what was taking place in Asia, whereas the one on the left, what occurred in Europe. You see very few arrows pointing to Europe. Arrows here signify trade and commerce activities. In contrast, if you look at the one on the right, you see a very busy economic activities happening. India, Southeast Asia, and China. And the West, that they also have to travel to Southeast Asia or to Asia in order to take part or in the trade and commerce activities of the world at that time. Now, as the center of global economic activities in the 17th all the way to the 19th centuries, and connecting India and China, Southeast Asia then served as the meeting point, as I said, as the hub, connecting peoples and ideas, not only from Asia, but also from all over the world. This is the main attraction of Asia, which later on invited different powers from the Western world to come and stay in Asia for a very long time. And that was the beginning of the era of colonialism, Western colonialism in Asia. Now, notwithstanding that, Southeast Asia is never just a passive receiver of cultures. Southeast Asia very actively also absorbs, blends, and adopts other cultures in order to eventually today then it can claim those imported cultures as an integrated part of Southeast Asian cultural inventories. We probably already forget that all those major religious thoughts, all those major faiths that most Southeast Asian people nowadays embrace, they used to be imported from other parts of the world. They're not something that is indigenous of Southeast Asia. So therefore, whenever the term indigenous is mentioned in the context of Southeast Asian culture, then the term indigenous problematically refers to imported ideas, practices, values, and trends from the ancient times to the present time that eventually have found home in the Southeast Asian region. So nothing is indigenous. That is another way to put it. Only claims of indigenous culture belonging to Southeast Asia, but they are not really indigenous in the pure sense of the term. So actually, if we talk about the possibility of cultural integration at the regional level in Southeast Asia, from the very start, Southeast Asia has already been culturally integrated because so many cultural influences we have received and adopted in the process. So major influences of Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, as well as other elements of Western culture are widespread in many Southeast Asian countries, in Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Indonesia, and the Philippines. But then came Western colonialism. So what happens with colonialism is that it brought about a common experience of Western modernity. So the first taste of Western modernity in Southeast Asia was actually made possible by Western colonialism in Southeast Asia. Okay. But although we have a common experience with colonialism and also with Western modernity because of colonialism, colonialism itself also caused Southeast Asia to be divided, to be compartmentalized into several political entities, into different nation states. Yeah. And each of these nation states puts their political sovereignty above all else, above any other interest, including common cultural heritage. So what is important for these new nation states that gain independence after colonialism is over is that they prioritized setting up political sovereignty. This is the most important mission or national project for every um, newly independent countries in Southeast Asia. And because of that, other aspects were put aside, including the fact that we have common cultural heritage. Okay? So what about ASEAN? What role does ASEAN play that, in this scheme? Now, ASEAN in 1967 was actually established not in order to build a common platform, okay, for all of the member countries, but actually it was set up in order to diffuse mutual distrust among member countries. So in the 1960s, there was no mutual trust between Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and the other Southeast Asian countries, Vietnam, and so on. In fact, there was hostility among each other. Remember, there was a confrontation between Indonesia and Malaysia in the early 1960s. There was also a border dispute between Malaysia and the Philippines that goes on until today. There was also border tension between Thailand and Malaysia, especially southern Thailand. And then the Golden Triangle separating Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, and Laos. It was like a no man's land, very rich with opium business, but it wasn't really actually controlled by any countries that share borders in that triangle. So there was a lot of border problem. There was a lot of tension, of distrust, and that is actually the main reason why ASEAN was established in 1967. So in that sense, ASEAN is never meant to reintegrate Southeast Asia into a common interest, into a common cultural identity. Not at all. That wasn't the original purpose of the establishment of ASEAN at that time. Even now, ASEAN prioritizes economic cooperation above all, rather than any other aspects that may bring the member countries closer to each other. The principle of constructive engagement is still very much upheld in ASEAN, which means that you cannot interfere in any internal affair of the member countries. So again, integration then becomes a big question in this setting, in this kind of organizational regional setting of ASEAN. Okay, today, Southeast Asia, or the whole Asia, is actually witnessing the second wave of globalization. Remember, the first wave of globalization took place between the 17th century to the 19th century, when Asia became the center of economic globalization, which I explained earlier in the first 2 or 3 slides. Now, today, Asia is experiencing another wave of globalization. In what way does it happen? Number one is through the immersion, the absorption of Korean wave, of Korean drama, K-pop, Japanese popular culture, manga, anime, and of course the Chinese One Belt, One Road, very ambitious project. global one. With this in mind, the question then, is there a possibility today that Southeast Asia will see the emergence of an integrated cultural identity outside ASEAN? Okay, the emergence of an integrated cultural identity. Uh, Still, the catalyst of this will be some other imported cultures, okay, from mainly East Asia, from Korea, from Japan, as well as from China. So these imported cultural forces perhaps can again play an instrumental role in integrating Southeast Asia in terms of culture or cultural identity. That is one major factor. The other major factor is the coming of the digital era. So the regional culture of Southeast Asia becomes digitalized, as many other things have become digitalized today. And the question then is, to what extent, how far digital technologies that we use on an everyday basis may help or conversely hinder the process of a cultural integration in the Southeast Asian region, and whether a virtual common culture, uh, because of the digitalization, can effectively create a true or a real sense of commonalities among the people in the region, whether a virtual common culture can be a true cultural integration. That is the question. Okay. Uh, uh, Lately, people are talking about the creation of a new sense of community, virtual community. But there has been debate whether this virtual community is truly a community, like the traditional sense of community. So the same question goes with digital regional culture. Can digital culture be an effective uh, integration of regional cultural identity in Southeast Asia? Now, here is a short video. I'm not going to play the whole video, but I will let you have a glimpse of perhaps like 5 minutes in order to see the complicated issues of identities, even among Southeast Asian countries in this region. Okay? So it brings awareness to us that there are also differences that are incommensurable. Differences that cannot just be deleted or put aside because of globalization or because of digitalization. Okay. And this has put doubt onto the possibility for the creation of a common culture in Southeast Asia. Okay. It makes us really question the possibility of having a common culture. Okay. Because of these differences that seem to be banal, okay, they're part of our everyday life, but they are there and they shape the perception of Southeast Asian people about themselves and about each others. So I will play it. Uh,
It's like, if you're texting your girlfriend, how are you? Did you eat yet? If you're not gonna text her, oh.
First, let me check whether you can hear the sound.
Sound is okay.
Okay, so I will continue playing. Thank you.
Okay.
She's gonna get mad. Food, not a lot of good food.
Ube.
Nurses.
Jollibee. Yes. That's a good one. Like, I know that very famous is 3B. Do you know that?
Karaoke.
family. They're really big family. Have to Miss Universe, right? They had a lot of selfies.
Yeah. Beauty pageant, boxing, and basketball.
It's a very popular stereotype where a lot of oh my gosh, I'm gonna get hate for this. I'll speak on her behalf.
Cheap hotels, food. Oh gosh, a spicy thing.
Are you talking about transgendered people?
They have a really long name, but like their nickname is very short. And then like sometimes it's not even a part of that name too.
Or ladyboys.
Oh, ladyboys. And sometimes you can't tell. And they're so gorgeous. They're more beautiful than women. The hat on top.
The hat.
White dress.
Yeah, it's like cocky.
For restaurants.
We love people.
Yeah, want to.
Pho.
Vietnam's food. They get money. They're hustlers. Nail salons. Pretty much anything beauty. They can answer.
Yeah. I heard they're like big milk exporters. Is it true?
Milk. Oh, I don't know about that. Because our cows are really skinny there.
I know there's like a festival there with the hot air balloons.
The apple, that's what I know. Or the elephant.
Is it true that you guys eat udders?
Butter?
Uncle what? Yeah.
Skyscrapers, condos, like big city, like the New York of like Southeast Asia. The first thing in my mind is the Lego there.
And Malaysians are surprisingly good at English. A lot of Malaysians I know are very open and friendly, not a lot of pretense.
Like their food is like nasi lemak.
Yeah.
Modern country. What's the party? There's a lot of food there.
It's like, kamusta ka po? Mama, magandang umaga.
Okay, you see from this very short caption from the video, while at the same time they are able to talk about almost every individual country in Southeast Asia, you can also sense their unfamiliarity, okay, the sense of strangeness, how very little they know about each of the countries in Southeast Asia. Notice when they come to Indonesia, very few were mentioned about Indonesia, very short, and then the video moves to another country. And lots of speculation, lots of stereotyping were made by the participants of this recording. It shows that there are so many differences that are not bridgeable. How can you bridge those differences? And whether you really want to do it, whether it is necessary to bridge the differences. This all shows the complexity of the cultures in Southeast Asia. And so where can we begin to talk about cultural integration among countries in Southeast Asia? Okay, let alone if you remember uh, cultural wars or cultural issues that split many Southeast Asian countries. We've been in a very long unhealthy competition, for instance, with Malaysia in terms of which culture belongs to which country. Okay, whether rendang belongs to Indonesia or Malaysia or Singapore, whether tari badet or reok ponorogo belongs to Indonesia or to Malaysia. What about batik? Okay. We claim batik to be our indigenous culture, but then you can also find batik in many parts of Southeast Asia or even beyond Southeast Asia. Yeah. Now you see how difficult it will be for us to start envisioning an integrated common culture in Southeast Asia. Now, with all these in mind, all the dynamics of identities, the complex history of Southeast Asia, which also differs from one country to another, despite all of them experience colonialism, but they experience colonialism in different ways, and they have different uh, impression of Western colonialism. What happened in Singapore, in the Philippines, in Malaysia, in Indonesia, they're all different complex colonial experiences, not a single colonial experience. So with all these, then is Southeast Asian cultural integration possible? So we come to the second part of my presentation now. Now, if you really want to ponder, to explore that question, that possibility, here are two major entry points that I could offer you, okay, to start with. You can do studies in the border areas of different Southeast Asian countries. Why border areas? Because in the border, transnational interactions, exchanges take place on a daily basis. People go across the border, sometimes without having to bother producing a passport, or sometimes visa is not needed. Or sometimes they can do it without being identified by border officials or border patrols. Okay, so the border is an area where transnational interaction take place. You see in the border the blending of people and the blending of cultures at the everyday level. And it is also in the border areas that our sense of identity, of national identity, whether we are an Indonesian or whether we are a Malaysian or whether we are from Timor-Leste, that national identity gets negotiated in a more flexible way. Okay. Suddenly, it becomes, you know, a superficial issue. It is not important anymore who you are in the border area. Okay? You have money, and then the other person have goods to sell. So you have transaction, you have interaction happening, okay, without asking the question, who are you first, in order to do that, right? So border studies is one entry point where you can start doing a serious exploration of the possibility of integration of culture, at least in two different Southeast Asian countries. Okay. And then you can expand the studies to more countries later on. Yeah. So uh, the border areas also allow uh, culture to travel from one side to another in a faster way, in a much easier way, because of the people connections. Now, the other entry point is urban studies. Now, if you look at the major Southeast Asian cities, they all almost look the same, similar people, similar food, similar habits, similar entertainments, music, movies, sports. You can hardly tell the difference between one city and another in Southeast Asia region, and probably it's true all over the world today. So with this kind of development in urban areas, so urban studies will open a door for you to start doing some kind of research in order to find out how uh, common culture in the Southeast Asian region can begin to be explored or to be envisioned. Looking at all the same or similar practices by the urban people, and we can perhaps begin listing all the similarities that people across Southeast Asian region do, especially in the urban setting. And they also have the same outlook, okay? Metropolitan, even sometimes cosmopolitan outlook, in which identity or uh, a national identity is no longer important. Uh, National borders don't matter anymore because people can travel very easily and fast. Mobility is extremely high, and in the morning you can be in Singapore, in the afternoon you are in Indonesia, then in the evening you are in KL, for instance, doing different things. And you don't really feel that you are moving from one place to another because of the sophisticated transportation and high mobility that people today enjoy. Yeah, so I think this is the last slide. Going back to the question, is it possible uh, to see the emergence of an integrated cultural identity in Southeast Asia? Or to put it in another way, is it possible to have a common culture in Southeast Asia? The answer is yes, it is possible, but there is but here. Okay. So studies on the possibility of the emergence of a Southeast Asian common culture or integrated cultures is always worth exploring. Okay. Finding similarities or commonalities across the region is always worth doing. Why? And why now? It's because globalization and information and communication technology nowadays have created a fertile ground, okay, for such integration, have allowed us in the first place to begin
Iya, iya.
envisioning,
Saya masih duduk ya, nggak apa-apa.
okay, to begin envisioning the possibility of the existence or the emergence of a common culture in Southeast Asia. However, okay, we cannot expect this to happen or to be initiated by ASEAN. Okay? I have already explained the history of the establishment of ASEAN, the major reason why it was established. But also because ASEAN is basically there not in order to uh, delete borders uh, between member countries, but ASEAN was established exactly in order to protect the border of each member countries. Protected from what or from whom? From each other's invasion, from each other's threat. Okay, so we don't trust our neighbors. That's basically the message with ASEAN. So we cannot expect ASEAN to uh, be a pioneer in opening up the way toward a common or integrated culture in Southeast Asia. That's one thing. Another thing is no matter what kind of integration we envision or we propose, after a very serious comprehensive studies, okay, regional studies, that will not replace the rich cultural diversity that each member countries already have had so far, from the ancient times all the way to the present. You see from the video how even the millennials, the young generation of today, it is hard for them to see similarities with each other. All they can pinpoint in the video is the differences, what is unique about one culture or one people that doesn't exist in another culture or in another country in Southeast Asia. So that can never be replaced or substituted by any form of Southeast Asian cultural integration or common culture. So that is my last remark. I will now stop sharing the slide and will begin to collect questions. You can also comment or add information if you want to what I have already explained in my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Maneke, for the presentation. So the title was, sorry, let me open. Southeast Asia, we import our cultures. You stated that nothing is indigenous in the cultures of Southeast Asia countries. And then you highlighted on integrated cultural identity through integrated cultural identity. So is it possible for the ASEAN, the country members to have one so-called one identity or one cultural identity? And then is it possible to have a virtual common culture? That was the question. And then we see that in reality, there are still prejudice, there is still prejudice, there is still misunderstanding, even though there is a desire to be one with the motto, one vision, one community and everything. Pak Maneka is still posing questions regarding ASEAN. Is that true? I hope I correctly summarize the talk. Now, as Pak Maneke mentioned, he is open to questions or suggestions or maybe reflection on your experience with ASEAN. We have here Ibu Iyet. Maybe Ibu Iyet would like to pose a questions or comment. Kalau malu bisa di chat ya, and you can also use bahasa Indonesia. Do not hesitate. Jadi pertanyaannya, bisakah negara-negara di Asia Tenggara ini memiliki satu identitas yang terintegrasi? Kurang lebih begitu. Sementara ada banyak sekali perbedaan, ada banyak sekali prasangka ya di antara negara-negara tersebut. Lalu tadi Bapak katakan negara-negara ini bersatu justru untuk melindungi diri dari yang lain, kurang lebih begitu. Yes. Kalau belum ada yang bertanya mungkin ya Pak Maneke, this ASEAN concept kan meskipun kita selalu di sekolah diajari mengenai ASEAN, tapi we don't really feel that we are ASEAN, ya kan? Saya sendiri kan sudah bukan travel sih, kebetulan mengunjungi Malaysia, Filipina. I have my own assumptions and prejudice yang membuat saya tidak mau tanda kutip ya becoming one of them, kurang lebih begitu. Justru ke-Indonesiaan saya itu melejit jauh di langit ketika saya ada di negara luar, terutama di negara ASEAN. I have my own opinions about the people of this country, kurang lebih begitu. But then my question is mungkin ya, how different is ASEAN, for example, from EU, Uni Eropa, European Union? Sementara kan di European Union itu mereka bisa punya satu mata uang. So all things except for Brexit ya, kira-kira saya nggak tahu apakah bisa disebut sukses. Sementara ASEAN ini kayaknya adem-adem aja, nggak terlalu maju juga, tapi juga nggak mundur. Ya di tengah-tengah kurang lebih begitu pendapat saya. Correct me if I'm mistaken. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Suzanne. So, EU is actually the manifestation of European dreams. We have American dreams in America. We have also European dreams, which is then embodied or by EU. At least EU tries to be the embodiment of that dream. Now, many other regional organizations, such as ASEAN, was actually contemplating of becoming like EU, okay, or studying the feasibility of uh, of becoming like EU in the Southeast Asian context. And thank God, actually, before we make any decision on that, now we start seeing the collapsing, process of EU. Brexit is just one, but if you go to Italy, for instance, they had a referendum, national referendum, in order to decide whether Italy will remain within EU or follow the footsteps of UK. And not just the crisis with EU. Again, does not only happen in one or two countries, but in many uh, member countries of EU. In Germany and France, for instance, people are beginning to complain because, as the most powerful countries in Europe, they have to bear the burden and to help or to assist other uh, EU member countries, especially those that are recently joining EU, economically and technologically and everything. And that costs money. Okay. And so people in those advanced countries, they are beginning to ask question, why do we have to spend so much money for other people while we are also in need, in badly or dire need of that money? So we are looking at perhaps the beginning of the end of European Union. And why is it so? Because European Union in the first place was established based on economic interest, common economic interest. And ASEAN in the 1970s and in the 1980s also began to take that step, moving up from from dealing with mutual distrust to become an organization in which economic cooperation then be made possible. It's the same with the evolution of EU, starting with economic community, common European economic community, and then it becomes EU. Now, all the decisions were made on the basis of economic interest. But that is only good if all the members countries have equal economic bargaining power. If there are only a few strong economic powers in the organization, and then the remaining members of the organizations are still building their economy, then sooner or later you will be in trouble. And we see it now happening in EU. Uh, but what is interesting is that not only do they have a single currency, but they also open up their borders for each other. And this is where UK has the strongest reservation. Okay, and this is the trigger, I think, uh, for UK to finally decided to leave EU because they don't want to open their border. Okay, so it's the same. Then actually the competitive spirit is still there. You don't trust your neighbor. That's why you don't want to open up your border. Okay? So sooner or later you will start uh, looking at the crumbling of EU. Now ASEAN has not stepped that far in following EU. Okay. ASEAN is actually having too many problems in order to be able to become like EU. But then, if it even succeeds to become like EU in the future, I think it's going to be short-lived. It's not going to be able to survive long. It will have to face the same concrete problems like EU. For instance, today, let's look at Southeast Asia. Singapore probably has the same feeling as yours, but for a different reason. They don't feel that they belong to Southeast Asia. Perhaps they are more associated with the West.
Yeah.
They feel closer to Japan, to the US, to Europe, rather than to Malaysia, Indonesia, or Laos and Cambodia. And you see, while there is an ASEAN common platform, economic platform, individual countries in Southeast Asia, without consulting each other, can freely have a bilateral agreement with other countries outside ASEAN. Singapore with the US, Singapore with China, Philippines with China, without having to consult the other ASEAN member countries. So they can still do bilateral cooperation and relation. Okay. Whereas ASEAN is still there. Okay. And because of this, it is very difficult for ASEAN member countries to come to a consensus for a particular issue. Let's say South China Sea, for instance. We are facing a common threat from China, but how we are going to deal with that threat? One country and another in ASEAN cannot even agree with each other. Yeah. So that's to answer the comparison with EU. Now going back to your sense of Indonesianness, that you are proud to be Indonesian and you want to preserve that sense of identity, you will never trade it off with ASEAN identity or Southeast Asian identity. And that's exactly where the beauty is. If we talk about common culture or integrated cultural identity, can we still have our sense of national identity and at the same time a regional identity? So one does not replace the other, but they coexist. You still are Indonesian, but at the same time you have this very clear sense that you belong to a regional community called Southeast Asian cultural identity. The second one is more difficult to imagine at this point. It's easy for us to say, okay, it's less problematic for me to see myself as Indonesian than as Southeast Asian person. But if you want to ask a critical question about your Indonesianness, that is also problematic. Do you see your being Indonesian in the same way as people in Papua, in Aceh, in North Kalimantan, in Nusa Tenggara? Do they have the same sense of Indonesianness? Or even when you talk about Indonesianness, there is not one single Indonesianness. So if within the national identity context, the problem is already so complicated, how can we again talk about regional identity with another layer of diversity, okay, that we have to come to terms with? So that is my answer to Suzanne.
Yes, still complicated ya Pak.
Yeah.
It's like a relationship lah, open relationship kayaknya with these countries.
Yeah.
Okay, we have questions. We have questions in the chat box. Hello, good afternoon. My name is David from Universitas Kristen Indonesia. I would like to ask, how are the advantages and disadvantages of urban study and border studies? Which ASEAN countries are inclined to apply urban studies and border studies? Thank you. Langsung dijawab atau kita second question, Pak?
Second question is from Orlando, right?
Oh, London, yeah.
Yeah.
Brexit have an impact. Okay.
Yeah. So can I answer Orlando's question first because it
Okay,
directly
first
connects
it's
with your question.
yes,
Then I move to
yes, okay,
David. So
yes.
okay, Orlando, it's probably helpful to see EU but also ASEAN as metaphorically speaking as kumpul kebo. Okay, uh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you don't have like sehidup semati contract. Okay, you don't pronounce before God, till death us to part.
To us part.
Yeah, but you
Mm-mm,
can always part ways anytime you want to. Okay? No strings attached.
amicably. Mm-mm.
Yes, no strings attached. Yeah. So I think that aptly describes ASEAN and EU, even though EU has been on a higher level than ASEAN in terms of
Mm-mm.
its organizational arrangement. But does Brexit have an impact or influence for ASEAN? Uh, it can be yes, it can be no. The problem with dealing with a super body like EU is if EU says A, then all the member countries are obliged to obey A. Okay. As long as that is for your advantage, that's good. But if then it becomes a disadvantage for you, then it's not good. For instance, uh, EU banned the export and the consumption of what you call it? Is it palm oil? Yeah, palm oil itu what is it in Indonesian?
Minyak sawit, kalau
Minyak
apa sih
sawit.
gitu?
Yeah, minyak
Mm-mm.
sawit. Now, because of that, all of the member countries of EU have to follow that regulation. Yeah, and that is very destructive to our palm oil industry. I'm not talking about the environment, here. So
Mm-mm.
now, if EU's individual member countries can negotiate with Indonesia outside EU, then it is good for us. For instance, UK has already promised once they're completely out of EU, then
EU.
they can or they will negotiate with Indonesia about the import of palm oil from Indonesia to UK. So in that kind of situation, which side Indonesia is better be? Of course, Indonesia will be pro Brexit then. Because then we will still be able to export palm oil to UK at least. Okay? Yeah, so the impact can be positive, can be negative. Okay? But if you use your common sense, then EU is a threat. It's a global threat for us, for individual countries outside EU like Indonesia, because in the past we only had to deal with individual countries, but now we have to deal with the whole Europe, a very powerful regional organization. That means our bargaining power when we have negotiate with them becomes smaller, much smaller than before. Whereas their bargaining power is multiple, uh, uh, bigger than before. So my personal preference is I prefer for EU to
Dissolve.
to be non-existent, yeah, to dissolve, yeah, yeah. So okay, hopefully that's clear. So now, David, disadvantages and advantages urban studies or border studies. uh, the problem with urban studies is that you see the cities as representation of the whole nations, of the whole countries. Whereas you are also aware that in countries like Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, and Philippines, the rural areas are also important and occupy a significant amount of portion of the country. So how valid it is to draw a conclusion about the possibility of common culture in Southeast Asia by only use our research on uh, urban settings as the basis of our assumption. Okay, how much the city can represent the whole nation. So that's the disadvantage. The advantage, on the other hand, is that you can easily identify similarities or commonalities among different cities in Southeast Asia. You can find the same shopping mall, Zara, H&M, McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken. They're everywhere. Okay, so you see lots of similarities, Starbucks and so on. Yeah. The movies that they watch, the music that they listen to. So that's the advantage. You already can see a bridge connecting one city and another in Southeast Asian countries. What about border studies? Border studies is strategic in the sense that is where uh, engagement between people of different countries take place every day without having to deal with immigration problem. Okay, where if you travel overseas from Jakarta, you have to get a visa, you have to show your passport, you have to pass the immigration, and then when you arrive at the country of destination, you have to do the same thing again. Okay. But people living in the border, they don't do that. They can just walk crossing the border, and they can then meet and interact with each other. So that is the advantage of looking how the border, instead of being a hindrance, it opens up ways for the integration of people and culture. What is the disadvantage? The disadvantage is that the border areas are always in the periphery of nation states, okay? Not the center of a country. So even if you can draw very important, interesting conclusions from your research on border studies, the sense that this research is not very important is there because the research is done in the periphery of the nation state, whereas the major cities, they are the center of the nation states. Yeah, so that is the comparison advantages and disadvantages of each. Hopefully it's clear. If not, of course you can ask further questions. Thank you. Is it that from Puit?
Yeah, from Ruiyat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Pamaneke, that it will take more time for ASEAN to become like EU, if ever, because unlike EU, we are too diverse and still too busy with our internal affairs development. If you have to suggest one aspect that would make us one, what would that be? Thank you.
Okay, there are actually two. Number one is East Asian popular culture, K-pop, drakor, anime, and so on. Okay, from Japan, from Korea, probably also Taiwan. You know, people can enjoy and accept these as if they belong to us. Yeah. They're not something that is unfamiliar. You don't need a long process in order to be able to make sense of them and to be part of that culture. Let's compare it with Western culture, for instance. Let's Hollywood movies. Take that for example. Yeah. Then you have what? Iron Man. You have Batman. Uh, what is the one outstanding characteristic of these Hollywood movies? They're all very masculine, big muscle men. Okay, And Asians, we can never compete with them. We can never imitate them because we are in general, small build compared to the Caucasians, to the Westerners. Okay, so it is not very easy for us to establish an association or an affinity with Western culture. Although after a long while, we can enjoy Hollywood movies, of course, but to identify with the characters in those movies, that is another challenge. Whereas with K-pop, anime, and manga, uh, you feel that they are not really out of reach. Okay, you can imitate them easily if you want to. Nowadays, you can see hairstyle and fashion that are actually copies of Korean boy bands or girl bands. It's not only in Indonesia but across Southeast Asia, in the Philippines, in Malaysia, in Thailand. It's everywhere in Southeast Asia. So if there is one thing that Southeast Asian youth commonly enjoy, that is the East Asian popular culture, K-pop, J-pop, and so on. So that's one. But actually, there's another thing. Okay. This is the so-called post-Islamist culture. This is the kind of Islamist culture that is not aiming at taking over power politically. Okay. But it tries to disperse the teachings and the practice of Islam in the everyday life of as many people as possible. Okay. So the approach is more cultural than political. Okay. And this is very appealing. So you can see now many youth, especially in big cities, they attend pengajian, but the kind of pengajian that is more like gaul, right? The ustad and the kiai or dai, they are young, handsome, progressive, okay, with like moge, yeah. They have like a very modern urban lifestyle. They don't wear sarung, for instance, yeah, or sandalan, okay, yeah, and even pop music, it has become a very popular means of da'wah or shiar of Islamic teachings. They are not allergic to music, whereas the traditional conservative teaching of Islam, they prohibit music, dance, and movies. But the post-Islamist culture, they incorporate modern Western invention of entertainment and then use them for da'wah. And as a result, they become very popular uh, in Indonesia, but also in southern Philippines, in Malaysia, among Muslim communities in Singapore, in southern Thailand. Okay. I cannot say anything about Myanmar because the Muslim community there is now experiencing a difficult time, and many of them have to uh, be refugees in other places. But in major Southeast Asian countries, you can see more or less the same phenomenon happening. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pa. Does that answer your question, Ibu Iyad? David has answered. Okay, Pa Maneka, thank you for the answer. Are there any more questions? Mm, so, while waiting for the others to ask, Pa Maneka, you said that EU was formed because the countries have common dreams. Yes, European dreams. Does that mean that the Southeast Asian country, they don't have, we don't have common dreams, or I don't know. Do we?
Not yet, and I don't know whether
Ah,
I don't know if we will ever have one. Now, with Europe, you need to understand that before EU, they are already united under the umbrella of NATO.
NATO, yeah.
Okay. In terms of defense, common defense.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So it is not difficult for them then to expand that into EU, covering not only defense but also economic issues.
Okay.
So they have that history. Okay, and I think they also do that in order to gain an equal footing when they have to deal with the United States. Yeah. That's why the United States doesn't really like the idea of EU. Yeah. Because the US prefer to have a bilateral negotiation with individual countries, and they support UK from exiting EU. Okay. So the while NATO aims at uniting Europe against the threat of the Soviet Union in the past, EU is actually directed more against the monopoly, global monopoly of the United States of America. Now, in Southeast Asia with ASEAN, we don't have that kind of situation. Okay? Our major threat in Southeast Asia is not economic; it is still defense. That's why China's maneuver in South China Sea is a major issue for Southeast Asia. But even with that, we still cannot manage to be united, okay, for the common defense in order to face Chinese aggressive maneuver in South China Sea. Again, because we don't have the historical ground like Europe. Okay. And because, as I said, ASEAN was established in order to create mutual trust that wasn't there at that time among member countries. And we still have problem with mutually trusting our neighbors, even today. Look at the border skirmishes, conflicts between Malaysia and Indonesia, Malaysia and the Philippines. Fishermen, Malaysian fishermen were arrested by Indonesian Navy for entering Indonesian water, and then the next day they reciprocated, arresting Indonesian fishermen, claiming that they entered the Malaysian water and so on. There is also a rumor that some of our small islands in the surrounding Batam or the Kepulauan Riau disappearing one by one. Okay? And at the same time, we see Singapore becomes bigger and bigger with reclamation. So where does the sand, where does the soil come from? Probably from the disappearing Indonesian islands. Okay. Yeah. So problems
Yes,
like
you
that.
are right.
That's still our daily menu when you talk about ASEAN or about Southeast Asian countries. Yeah.
Something funny comes to mind. The name Malaysia keeps coming up, turning, what when you're talking about conflict, it's Malaysia this, Malaysia that. Okay, that's only Jail, Pak.
Because
So,
they are our next door neighbor.
yeah. Another strange, I say strange thing when Ibu Iyat asks, well, which aspect would make us one? It's very strange because you said we are one in our way of embracing the Hallyu culture, Korean culture, Japanese. So, why is it easier for us to embrace Korean culture, Japanese culture, than embracing, for example, Philippine culture or Malaysian culture? Have you ever thought of that?
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Actually, there's a theory. There's a theory on that. This theory is proposed by Iwabuchi. He said that the Korean popular culture industry, Japanese popular culture industry, they specifically design their popular culture to be odorless, tidak berbau. What does it mean? It means that whenever this culture travels to another country, uh, consumed by another people outside their country of origins, it is then easy for the receiving people in order to see that culture as theirs. Because it's odorless, karena tidak berbau, then you can reshape,
And
you can blend, and you can adopt it, adding over here and there your own local ingredients, and it then it becomes yours. Then you
it's not
can.
threatening.
It's not threatening. It's not threatening. Well, popular
Yes.
culture is basically not threatening in general. Even Hollywood movies, they are
Okay.
not threatening. But the fact that they are designed intentionally to be easy for the consumer to embrace them. This is intentional. This is by design, not coincidence. Okay, and that is why they become rapidly spread all over the world, and in particularly in Southeast Asia, it's there is an additional factor. It's because we see this East Asian popular culture as coming from our own uh, kampung halaman, Asia. Okay, yeah, it doesn't come from a faraway land, from across the Atlantic, for instance. Yeah, but you feel as if it is something that is homegrown. Yeah, and the fact that it's easy for you to embrace it and to reshape it in order to claim it as your own culture. So that's why, okay, then it becomes quite conducive for East Asian popular culture to be everywhere and to be claimed as part of the local cultural development. But probably that may be true or not, okay? Because even in the ancient times, Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, they are not easy stuff, right? Very deeply philosophical, lots of abstract teaching. But even those very complex and abstract philosophies and belief can be embraced fully by Southeast Asia. There, Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, they had no problem in entering Southeast Asia and becoming part of Southeast Asia, embraced by many Southeast Asian peoples and communities. So what is actually unique about Southeast Asia that we don't see in anywhere else in the world? You know, geographically, we are located in a very important point on the globe. Only Southeast Asia is located between two major oceans and two major continents, and Southeast Asia is the end of everything. You know, mobility, people travel, culture travel, ideas travel. Where is the end? The end is in the Indonesian archipelago, because after that is the ocean. Yeah, so everything ends there. It's a terminal for everything. Yeah, and that is why, since all interaction, all mobility, uh, all connection must go through Southeast Asia, then the people living in Southeast Asian region are trained to be very good in absorbing, in receiving,
Acting.
without too picky in selecting. Yeah, in the selection will happen in a very long process, but they almost take everything gladly. But then what is also important is that they also are very creative in mixing the ingredients, adding the local flavor
Mhm.
to the point
Mhm.
that they can conveniently claim this is not an important culture, this is our own culture. That's why wayang now has become our culture, not Indian culture. Islam in Indonesia is different from Islam all over the world, from the
Come
Middle East.
in.
So we can say this is Islam Nusantara, for instance. Yeah. Okay. So that is, I think, what is unique about Southeast Asia. But this uniqueness may also be the cause of difficulty for anybody who tries to create a common regional culture. Yeah,
Integrated
by
culture.
being very accepting, that is enough. Why do we have to integrate when we can easily accept
Mhm.
things, without any problem?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Another question, Pa, because you mentioned Iwabuchi stated it's orderless and it's by design. The question is for what purpose? I was wondering why. Is there the previous speaker talk about globalization of Korean culture or Koreanization of the world,
Mhm.
something like that. Uh-huh. So for what purpose? What's the aim?
Okay, so
Mhm.
two ways of answering that question. Number one is
Okay.
regional. Number two is global. At the
Okay.
regional level, Korea has been very ambitious for a very long time to surpass
Uh-huh.
Japan as a
Okay.
major uh, East Asian industrial country. They
Okay.
have this like dendam masa lampau, ya, because they
Yes,
were
the perang.
colonized by Japan,
By the Japan.
and the pain is still very much there, very strongly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Yes.
so to be able to defeat Japan in the competition at the regional level, that will be a Korean dream. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
and so that is one. But once the culture produced by their industry spreads beyond East Asian region, the way people consume them may be totally different from the reason the Korean has originally when they produce the culture. So when people in Southeast Asia consume the Korean pop culture, it has nothing to do with Korean Japan competition.
Mm-mm.
It has nothing to do with that. Yeah, it's but and it has nothing to do with Korean cultural domination at the
Mm.
global level. Why? Because once we receive that culture, we no longer care whether it's Korean or Japan or Taiwanese or Chinese. No. And then
Okay.
you plagiarize everything in sinetron, in
Mhm.
songs, boy bands, girl bands, everything. Even the fan website of a K-pop, they are mostly dominated by conversation about Indonesian context rather than the Korean context.
I
Even though
see.
Korean words are over here and there, can be spotted in the conversation of the participants in the fans web. But again, once it's received by Southeast Asia, we no longer care where it comes from. Okay. It's the same with Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism. Okay. For us, where the origin of these cultures uh, is not a matter anymore.
It doesn't matter.
What matters is how we blend them with our local culture, practices, values, and sense of aesthetics or arts.
Okay. So I was thinking maybe they want to take no to get the because from this culture I think the next thing is economy. So because we consume,
Yeah.
we use Samsung, we
Yeah.
use all that things. Okay. So okay, it's very interesting, Pak, talking to you about this
Thank you, Bu Susan.
matter. Yes. Uh, okay. Apakah tidak ada lagi pertanyaan? Nggak ada ini because we have Uki students ini mostly they like Korean. All the status WA itu about this boy band and
They
stuff.
enjoy to consume Korean pop culture, but they don't like to discuss in a very serious manner.
Not thinking about it, you know.
And it will cause them ill feel.
Ill feel, yeah. Korean this and Korean that, even the food and the
Yeah,
drinks,
yeah.
soju and that stuff. Okay. Uh, there are still well, there is still questions, but then we are limited by time. It's been very interesting. From Southeast Asia, we talk about EU, and then we go to Korea and Japan, all in in relation to cultural identity. I hope this talk will make the students think about the next time they watch Korean drama. They will start thinking. Okay. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Pak Maneka, for the fruitful discussion. We hope to see you again in other events, of course. Well, you will share your knowledge to us. Jadi
Thank
saya kembalikan
you. Yeah.
thank you Bapak,
Success
kembalikan
with your
kepada
ASEAN
MC.
Week.
Yes, thank you Pak, very much. Ya. Silakan, akan ada sesi foto Pak ya sebentar, don't leave just yet. MC, silakan di take over. Terima kasih.
Thank you for the moderator, Ma'am Susan, and the speaker of the second session, Bapak Manaka Budiman. Please open your camera because we will have a picture.
Yang
For
lainnya
all
juga buka
participants,
kamera
please
ya,
open your
tolong.
camera.
We have 200 people, Pak, attending your talk today.
Awesome, awesome.
Awesome.
Now,
A very
let's
short time
take a
for
picture
Very successful event.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
One more time. 1, 2, 3. The last one. 1, 2, 3. Let us continue our next session, which is two presentation about two Asian countries, Brunei Darussalam and Myanmar. Don't forget to pay attention because there will be quizzes at the end of every presentation where you can win all kind of prizes.
To remind you all, don't forget to check out our Instagram account at Sastra Inggris Uki to see our ASEAN countries presentation group video project and poster. Also, please like and leave some comments to your favorite ones. There will be also a draw prize for interesting comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you presentation from Brunei Darussalam Group.
Let me take. You eat here, not going there.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We are from Group Brunei Darussalam. We want presentation about Brunei Darussalam country, and let's start.
Beforehand, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a presentation. All right, on this opportunity, I will explain the history and economic system of the state of Brunei Darussalam. This is the process of struggle for the Brunei state from the empire to the uprising until the attainment of independence. Record from China and Arabia show that the Sultanate of Brunei dates back to the 7th or 8th centuries AD. This early sultanate was then carried by Sriwijaya in the early 9th century and then control North Kalimantan and the Philippines. In 1658, the Sultan of Brunei awarded the northeastern region of Kalimantan to the Sultan of Sulu in the South Philippines as the tribute to the completion of Sultan Abdul Mubin civil war with Sultan. In 1839, James Brooke from England came to Sarawak and attacked Brunei. So the Brunei lost its control over Sarawak. In 1888, Brunei became one of the British sovereign states, with the agreement internal affairs remain under Brunei control and foreign affairs remain under British control. In 1959, Brunei declared a new kingdom of rule over internal government affairs. Meanwhile, the issue of foreign relations remains under British supervision. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, Brunei rejected plans to form an unify Malaysia together with Singapore, Sabah, Sarawak, and Tanah Melayu, and went to the formation of Brunei as of the independent countries and standalone. On January 1, 1984, Brunei Darussalam success in achieving complete independence. Okay, the economic system of Brunei Darussalam. Regarding Brunei Darussalam economic system, even though this country is small, they have extraordinary natural wealth. Natural products that contribute most of Brunei revenue are oil, natural gas, and are supported by trade, industry, and tourists that are continuously being developed. By relying on crude oil and natural gas, Brunei state revenue always exceeds its expenditure. As a result, the small country is classified as rich country. By relying on the petroleum and natural gas mining sector, Brunei's national income is among the highest in the world. Brunei economy is in the order of the 149 by. Okay, this is natural resource of the top of Brunei economy. All right, that's the presentation I can deliver at this time, and I will be continued by other presenter. Thank you.
Okay, second presentation for Oscar, please.
This physical geography and future. Number one, maps of country. Map of country Brunei Darussalam. Brunei Darussalam is one of the countries located in Southeast Asia. Brunei Darussalam has a length of the to 206 kilometer border with Malaysia. In 2010, Malaysia handed over 2 blocks of hydrocarbon concession of to Brunei with a suspension of Brunei must submit a climb to the Limbang corridor. Brunei Darussalam has an area of 500 5,765 kilometers, which 8,67% is the waters, while 5,265 kilometers is mainland. This makes Brunei country as one of the smallest countries, 232 in the world, or slightly smaller than Delaware. Size of the country in square kilometer. Size of the Brunei Darussalam country, it is 5,765 kilometer. Climate, Brunei Darussalam country. There are two climates in the Brunei Darussalam: the equator tropical and wet subtropics. There are two seasons. They are dry and rainy season. When the dry skin so crust, the temperature is very hot, can reach can reach 20, 24 to 36 derajat Celsius. Then when the wet subtropics or the rainy season, on the rainy season, temperature is very warm, reaching about 20 to 28 Celsius. Capital city. Capital city and the largest city of the Brunei Darussalam, it is Bandar Seri Begawan, largest city. The largest city is country Brunei Darussalam is Bandar Seri Begawan city. Next, longer river. The longest river is Brunei Darussalam country. There is number one, Bilet River. Bilet River, 206 kilometer. Limbang River, 196 kilometer. Tutong River, 137 kilometer. Highest mountain. The mountain has the highest peak in the Brunei Darussalam country is the mountain Pagon Heights. Of this mountain reaches 185 meters above sea level. The height of the Gunung Gagon is equivalent to 1,617 feet. In Brunei alone, the mountain Pagon is more often called the Pagon Hill. Natural resource. The natural resource is the Brunei Darussalam country. It is petroleum and natural gas. Runs on the petroleum sector and natural gas, nearly half the gross domestic income of its countries. Income is product from petroleum export and natural gas, but on other expenditures for foreign workers in mining areas are also quite high. The utilization of natural resources of Brunei Darussalam certainly will not be done because this type of CDA is limited and will be expired when continuing exploitation. Therefore, the government is trying to develop other economic sectors such as industrial, trade, and tourism.
Alia, please.
Assalamualaikum. In this opportunity, I will be presenting about Brunei Darussalam's government. The first one is the flag of Brunei Darussalam. The design of the flag consisted of a centered red crest of Brunei on a yellow field cut by black and white diagonal stripes. And then there's national symbols of Brunei Darussalam. There are three of them. The first one is national anthem. The national anthem is called Allah Peliharakan Sultan, which played in the second video. And the second one is emblem of Brunei. The picture is right in the screen, and I will be explaining about the picture. The small swallowtail flag and parasol or payung ubur-ubur, regalia of the Sultanate's monarchy, have been the royal insignia since the creation of the emblem. And then the wings symbolize protection of justice, tranquility, prosperity, and peace. The crescent, a symbol of Islam, the state religion of Brunei. On the sides, the upturned hands indicate the government's duty is to preserve and promote the welfare,
of the citizens and to protect the people. The flag of Brunei Darussalam is the third national symbol. The crescent is the national motto of Brunei in Arabic, which translates into always render service with God's guidance. Below this is a banner inscribed with Brunei Darussalam, which means Brunei, the abode of peace. And then we got currency of Brunei Darussalam. Brunei Darussalam uses dollar as their currency of the Sultanate since 1967, normally abbreviated with the dollar sign and the letter B to distinguish it. And then the last one is the title of the head of Brunei's government. The politics of Brunei take place in a framework of an absolute monarchy, whereby the Sultan of Brunei is both head of state and head of government. The current head of government is General Sultan Haji Sir Hasanal Bolkiah Muizzaddin Wadaulah. Thank you for your attention. I'll be giving the next presentation.
Melanie, please.
This is official language. There are a number of languages spoken in Brunei. The official language of the state of Brunei is Standard Malay. The same Malayan dialect is the basis for the standard in Malaysia and Indonesia. This came into force on 29 September 1959 with the signing of Brunei 1959 Constitution. 1. Standard Malay. 2. Brunei Malay. 3. English. 4. Chinese. 5. Indigenous language. 8. Arabic. 6. Arabic. 7. Indian language. 8. Nepali language. 9. Expatriate language.
Rosetta, please.
Population, people, and culture. 97% of the population lives in the Greater Wales, with only about 100 people living in the Temburong area, which is the mountainous. The population of Brunei, 470,000 people. Demographic and demonym. About 2/3 of Brunei population are Malays. Demonym of Brunei, Bruneian. Religion, Islam is Brunei official religion, and the Sultan of Brunei is the head of religion of the country. Other religion followed include Muslim, especially by the Chinese Hoa Christianity. Food in everyday life. Their diet consists of rice and vegetable curries, fish, shellfish, and fruit. Buffalo, chicken, and meat curries are consumed on special occasion. Various kinds of Malay rice, cake, and sweet are also eaten. Four products are prohibited from Muslims. The following is a picture of food in Brunei. There is chicken curry, beef curry, vegetable curry. Social stratification, class and caste. The dominant ethnic group, the Brunei comprised four social classes described to them: aristocrats, commoners, and slaves. This is a picture of a wedding offered in Brunei. Wedding usually the parents of a young man arrange a marriage with the parents of a young woman. For a Muslim, the partner must also be Muslim. Therefore, individuals, especially men, often convert to Islam to marry a Muslim. Intermixed marriages are not uncommon. There are slight variation in wedding ceremony for group to group within ethnic group.
I think it is enough presentation from we. If you please forgive we. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hi everyone. Okay. Hello everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Niputu Septiarine Sasa. and I am the representative of the Brunei Darussalam group. After watching the country presentation, we are moving on to our country's quiz session. We have prepared a total of 5 questions, so there will be 5 chances to win the prize. After I finish asking the question, all of you can use that chat box to answer. The rest of my group members will help in monitoring the answer, so whoever types in the correct answer first will be the winner. Listen carefully. The first question is, what is written on the banner right below the national crescent?
Nesa, tolong disebutkan pertanyaan kuisnya.
Sudah disebutkan tapi belum ada yang jawab ya.
Mungkin bisa diulang sekali lagi pertanyaannya, Nesa.
Okay, I'm replay. Listen carefully. The first question is, what is written on the banner right below the national crescent? One again. What is written on the banner right below the national crescent? Okay, David Franklin Mandala won rice. You can answer now. You first answer. Come on. David, you can hear me? Hello?
Bagi para peserta, diharapkan untuk menjawab pertanyaan dengan diketik di chat box.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so I think we have a winner for the first question. Let's move on the second question. What do the wings on the emblem of Brunei symbolize? Okay, I think we have a winner. Now the third question is, who is Brunei's current head of government? One again. Who is Brunei current head of government?
Mungkin Nesa bisa juga memberikan pertanyaannya dalam bahasa Indonesia.
Oh, oke. Siapa pemimpin Brunei di dalam pemerintahan? Siapa pemimpin Brunei? Jawabannya ada yang belum lengkap. Okay. Thank you for Thank you for your answer. We have written down 3 of our winners. Now, let's move to the fourth question. What city is Brunei capital? What is city Brunei capital? Kota manakah ibu kota Brunei? Okay. Thank you for the answer. We have written down the winner of the fifth question. For the final question, what are 2 natural resources that comes from Brunei Darussalam? Five questions. What are 2 natural resources that comes from Brunei Darussalam? Sebutkan 2 sumber daya alam yang berasal dari Brunei Darussalam. Thank you very much everyone for watching our presentation as well as participating in our quiz session. That is all from our group, and I hand this back over to the MC.
Thank you for Brunei. Next, presentation will go from Myanmar.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Honorable Ma'am Susan, as a Faculty of Letter DN, dear guests and our dear friends, thank you for coming to this presentation. We're glad to see you all, even although we have to interact with online media. But it doesn't reduce our enthusiasm for this ASEAN Week. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Charles Saburganda, and my partner is.
Hey guys, I'm Dems.
Hi, my name is Christine.
Hello, my name is Esther. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Finakat Molama.
Hello, my name is Monica.
Hi, my name is Novalin Clara Olga Rumenasen.
Hello everyone, my name is Pania Delia.
We are from Myanmar groups. The purpose of this presentation is to awakening and connecting global and local identities. Hope you guys enjoy our presentation. My partner, Novalin, will be the first who present our topic about Myanmar. Novalin, the floor is yours.
So I will explain about introduction of Myanmar. The name of the country is the United Republic of Myanmar, also known as Burma called Burma. In the Western world, is a sovereign state in Southeast Asia. The capital of Myanmar in the city of Naypyidaw since November 2005. Before the city Naypyidaw, the capital of Myanmar was in the city of Yangon, and by the government of the military junta was moved. Official language of Burma, the recognized local language of Kachin Kaya Karin Chinmon. Myanmar is the one of the countries in the South Asia region. Its territory borders Bangladesh and India in the northwest, with China in the northeast, Laos in the east, and Thailand are in the southeast. The country is also bordered by the Andaman Sea in the south and the Bay of Bengal in the southwest. The territory of Myanmar country is the largest on the Indochina Peninsula with an area of about 676,578 square kilometers. Change of name, the military junta changed the name Burma to Myanmar so that non-Burmese ethnic groups felt part of the country. However, this name change was not fully adopted by the international community, especially in British Commonwealth. The countries, some European countries such Britain and Ireland, which do not recognize the legitimacy of the military junta's power, continue to use Burma to refer to this country. The and which recognize the right of the states to determine the name of their country. Use Myanmar as does France and Germany. In Germany, the foreign ministries use Myanmar, but almost all German media use Burma. The AS government, which does not recognize the legitimacy of the military junta rule, continues to use Burma, but the majority of major media such as the New York Times, CNN, and the US Associated Press use Myanmar. The junta government also changed Rangoon's name to Yangon on 7 November 2005. The government built a new capital city named Naypyidaw. Meanwhile, changes to the national anthem and the flag were carried out by the junta government on October 21, 2010. The junta government also changed Rangoon's name to Yangon on 7 November 2005. The government built new capital city named Naypyidaw Pitau. Meanwhile, changes to the national anthem and flag were carried out by the junta government on October.
Many indigenous languages which differ from dialects are spoken in Myanmar. The official language is Burmese, spoken by people on the plains and as a second language by most people in the hills. During colonial times, English was the official language, but Burmese continued to be spoken as the primary language everywhere else. English and Burmese are compulsory subjects in school and colleges, while Burmese, Chinese, and Hindi are trade languages. After independence, English was no longer the official language, and after the military coup in 1962, it lost its importance in schools and colleges. The system of Myanmar government is a parliamentary unit of a constitutional republic. The country is governed by a parliamentary system with a bicameral or two-chamber legislature known as the Amoita Lutau or National House as the upper house with 224 members and the Pitu Lutau or Representative Council. As the lower house with 440 members, about 25% of the total members of Myanmar's legislative council are appointed by the military and the rest are elected in general election. The country is headed by a president, Win Myint, as an executive and is responsible to the legislature. The data is based on the last census in 2019.
Myanmar's geography. I will start from its landforms. Myanmar's topography is dominated by central lowlands that are ringed by steep, rugged coastal mountains. Myanmar's coastline is about 1,200 miles long, kilometers. The highest points in Myanmar is Akabarasi, with an elevation 5,881 meters. The landmarks of Myanmar. Mount Popa is an extinct volcano, 1,518 meters above sea level, and located in central Myanmar in the regions of Mandalay. Mount Popa is perhaps best known as pilgrimage site, with numerous nets, temples, and religious sites at top of the mountain. The second is Ubain Bridge. Ubain Bridge was built in about 1850 and at 1.2 kilometers long, is believed to be an oldest and at one time the longest teak wood bridge in the world. Kyaktio Pagoda, or also known as Golden Rock, is well-known Buddhist pilgrimage site in Mount State, Burma. It is a small pagoda built on the top of the granite boulder covered with the gold leaves passed by its male devotees. And the last one is Hasib Bhuman Pagoda. This pagoda was built in 1816 by the Begidao prince, the heir of King Bodhipaus, as a way to show his love for his first wife, Queen Hasib Bhuman, who unfortunately lost her life during childbirth. The major bodies water of Myanmar is Irrawaddy, Sitang, and Changwin. But the Irrawaddy is a strategical river for the country's economic development. The major cities of Myanmar. The largest cities in Myanmar ranked by populations. The total populations of Myanmar is 54,339,766 as of 1 July 19, which represents 0.70% of global populations and ranks Myanmar 26 worldwide. And the largest cities in Myanmar is Yangon, with its populations for 4 million. And the second is Mandalay with 1 million and 1 million. And the third one is Naypyidaw with 925,000. And the fourth is Mailamwine for 438,761. And the last one is Long Ampan Air Abanang. It is the smallest city based on populations in Myanmar, with its populations 1,850. Thank you very much for your attention.
Myanmar culture. Chinlon or cannonball is traditional sport of beautiful Myanmar that has been so excited with the locals since the time immemorial. It is known as a game more than a normal sport in which a 4-inch cannonball is tossed and kicked around by a player or a team of players in a circle. Nowadays, Chinlon is played every part in the country daily in a festival. It is way entertaining after a long day of working and studying besides also practice physical education school in Myanmar. Marina Theater. This festival boasts such characteristic in trade fair on the Myanmar and also the Marina Theater, the famous theater in Myanmar. Talking about food, Burmese non-flat bread. This food is traditionally from Myanmar or how this to serve in Myanmar is that pig yolk. It's served like really tasty in Myanmar and traditional. Jaggery is made of sugar cane juice and this is sugared along bamboo can of fruit at the machine. This is the traditional Myanmar dessert which is divided between making jaggery and refined sugar. Religion. Myanmar really is a diversity culture multi-religious country. There is no official state religion, but in practice, Burmese people show preference for Buddhism. There are also minorities of Christian, Islam as well, and enemies, and etc. The government of Myanmar is constitution. In 2008, and Myanmar established the new contribution and created a new form government which divided into three branches: legislative, executive, and judicial.
Myanmar economy. Most of the population is directly involved in agricultural activities. Of those who work in the other sector of the economy, many are indirectly involved in agricultural activities such as the transportation, processing, marketing, and export of agricultural goods. Manufacturing area. Agricultural, forestry, and fishing together constitute the largest contribute to Myanmar economy. About half of all agricultural land in Myanmar is devoid rice. The currency
Understand?
of the
Yes, no.
Myanmar country is Myanmar kyat or burns. Burmese kyat called with MMK. One kyat Myanmar is around 10.66 Indonesian rupiah. Based on the data we got in the last 2019, Myanmar export the natural gas in the coastline state and mostly import palm oil and inspection.
Hey guys, I'm Dems and I'm here to tell you about the climates in the Myanmar countries. Myanmar countries is located in the regions of Asia, and if we talk, Myanmar has 3 seasons. There are the cool, which is on late October to mid February, and the hot on mid February to mid May, and the rainy to on mid May to mid October. And also, I'm going to tell you the rainfall and precipitation every year in the Myanmar country. Country lies in the monsoon regions of Asia, with its coastal regions receiving over 5,000 millimeters. Annual rainfall in the Delta regions is approximately 2,500 millimeters. And average annual rainfall in the dry zone in central Myanmar is less than 1,000 millimeters. And the northern regions of Myanmar are the coolest, with average temperatures of 21 Celsius degrees, and coastal and delta regions have an average maximum temperature of 32 Celsius degrees. Thank you.
There are 54 million people in Myanmar, which makes it rank at 25th in the world, and 89% of the population is Buddhist. The flag was adopted on October 21st, 2010 to signify the change of the country's name. The yellow represents solidarity, the green symbolizes peace, tranquility, and less greenery. The red represents courage and determination, and the star stands for the significance of the union of the country. Strange laws. Myanmar takes religion very seriously, and insulting them is punishable offense. Women of the Kayan tribe in Myanmar wear several bracelets on the necks. The belief is the longer the neck, the more beautiful the woman. Most people of Myanmar don't have surnames or any other forms of patroning system. In Myanmar, when greetings, there is no physical contact or bowing to each other like other ASEAN countries. Modes of transportation. They use public transport like bus and passenger cars like taxi. They don't use motorcycle. It's forbidden because motorcycle cause a high number of accidents. Native animals. Myanmar are home to elephants, rhinoceros, white buffalo, white boars, various deer species, flying monkey, and reptiles.
Thank you, audience, for your presentation. Now we are going to the quiz session, and the quiz will give by the leader of our group from Myanmar. Thank you. Let them.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Demus Rao, and I'm the representative of the Myanmar group. After watching the country presentation, we are moving on to our country's quiz session. We have prepared a total of 5 questions, so there will be 5 chances to win the prize. After I finish asking the question, all of you can use the chat box to answer. The rest of my group members will help in monitoring the answer, so whoever types in the correct answer first will be the winner. Listen carefully. The first question is, what are the languages spoken in Myanmar's trading language? Okay, so I think we have a winner for the first question. Let's move on to the second question, which is please mention a traditional sport based on our presentation. Thank you for your answer. We have written down 3 of our winners. Okay, I think we have a winner. Now, the third question is, how many seasons are there in Myanmar? Can you mention it? Thank you for your answer. We have written down 3 of our winners now. Let's move to the fourth question, which is one of the ingredients of luda is basil seeds. What is the Indonesian name for it? Okay, thank you. For the answer, we have written down the winner of the fourth question. For the final question, how does the Myanmar flag look like? Can you describe it?
You can choose with the specific answer of this quiz. Thanks.
Thank you very much, everyone, for watching our presentation, as well as participating in our quiz session. That's all from our group. I hand this back over to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, everybody, we wanna to tell about the winner of this quiz will be Dems. Can you help me? Would you help me, please, about to tell who is the winner from the question 1 until 5? Another person.
Thank you, Myanmar. Now we move on to the announcement of the door prize quizzes, best common winner, and we also will announce the most liked video project and the best posters caption.
Congratulations to the winner. Pertama, untuk pemenang pertanyaan terbaik di sesi pertama jatuh pada Kak Teresia dan Daniel. Lalu untuk sesi kedua, Orlando dan David Franklin. Pemenang mendapatkan cashless OVO. Dua, pemenang mendapat merchandise ASEAN. Untuk pemenang yang dapat menjawab pertanyaan presentasi negara Brunei, Orlando Marcelo, Stella Aprilianti, Freddy Luis, Alek Pijay, Adiranto Hia. Myanmar mungkin menyusul. Lalu ketiga, untuk pemenang door prize berdasarkan peserta yang hadir jatuh kepada Mufti Arya Dwi Tama dan Angelique Stefani Hutagao. 4. Pemenang caption terbaik jatuh kepada negara Myanmar. Dan kelima, pemenang video project jatuh kepada negara Brunei Darussalam.
Congratulations to the winner for the first day. Our committee will contact the winner through WhatsApp.
We will see you tomorrow. Thank you. This is the rundown for day 2. For day 2, there will be Young and Global Sharing with Asian Youth Organization, Literature and Identity by Tatang Iskandar dari Universitas Sanata Dharma. Lalu ada Identity and Globalism dari Ibu Anti Sulaiman, Universitas Kristen Indonesia. Lalu ada performance dari Angkatan 2020 Fakultas Sastra, dan ada presentasi negara dari negara Thailand dan Malaysia. For your information, the Zoom link for day 2 is different from day 1. Our committee will inform the link through email and WhatsApp group.
Thank you very much for your attendance in Day 1 ASEAN Week, connecting. Thank you very much for your attendance in Day 1 ASEAN Week, awakening and connecting our global and local identities. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye dan sampai jumpa.